Hello and welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers. I'm here with Altruism, and we are here to witness two teams go against each other for the last two spots for the 80k LAN in the 26th of October. This is sort of a double elimination bracket. We got pretty exciting, an exciting game coming up from what I can see here. Of course, these teams are going to be playing for these final two spots in the LAN in October. That's 10,000 Rand on the spot, and it's just a good day for some good Overwatch. So, I'm ready to get started with all of this. Altruism, what do you think is going to? What are you looking for these games today?
Oh man, like you say, the fact that this is double elimination, we are in the upper bracket still, so neither of these teams is actually going to get eliminated, so we've still got lots to see there. But, I mean, being able to make it through here just gives you such a great chance. Ethereal Ducklings, a team that we've seen time and time again, they only just missed out in getting through in the first two qualifiers. And then what's so exciting to me right now, Raiders ZA, a team completely unseen up until now, and even at the end of these qualifiers, getting to see new teams wanting to step up and try their luck. And they've come through with a bit of a vengeance, taking out Sinister Gaming earlier on today in a 3-1 victory. Close game that, but certainly showing that late entry could put a scuppering in some plans.
No, absolutely. I think we're looking at two pretty good teams here. I mean, Ethereal Ducklings have also been around for quite a while. You got some relatively older and newer faces in there. But I think that Raiders definitely, as you say, has got like sort of new tactics to sort of bring, and they will put a wrench in probably their plans. I'm just excited for this match. I really hope that it ends up going well. Looking for close matches, interesting strategies to come out, and just see what the teams can bring to see if they've really earned those last two spots for our LAN.
Definitely. One of the big things that we've seen introduced in this tournament, and I'm very interested to see how Raiders is going to adapt to this, is the adaptability factor itself. The ability to change up your rosters with all the map bans and picks, and of course the hero bans that we have for every one of these rounds means that, you know, when you're looking at something like Ethereal Ducklings, they have got such a stacked 10-man squad, or 10-person squad, I should say. And on the other side, Raiders coming on with only a single substitution. So I hope these guys are really confident in what they're doing. But you know what they say, it's not about the man who's practiced 10,000 kicks. It's who's practiced one kick 10,000 times. And on the Ethereal Duckling side, I mean, these are very experienced players. We see Coconut's going to be coming in here for licks. So that does match up when we consider the bans coming through just now. Spoiler alert, unfortunately, Lucio, one of the most common bans that we've seen already out. On the other side, very interesting mix of characters. You know, Ball there, saying that their favorite hero is Lifeweaver is a bold statement to make in any Overwatch community.
I back it fully. I'm there with Ball. Well, we do have some really good picks here in terms of of course, favorite character doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be playing it, and we are going to. It will be interesting to see, as you say, how they adapt to all of the different changes, especially with the Overwatch bans. As you already mentioned, Lucio is one of the people that are banned, which is incredibly important when we are moving onto a map like Ilios. But also, one of the more popular bans, and I think it was a very effective ban, is D.Va. D.Va has just been so oppressive lately in Overwatch scenes with her. It feels like an infinitely long defense matrix, and also the ability to counter Winston quite effectively sometimes puts a lot of teams under quite a lot of pressure. And I think Ethereal Ducklings banning D.Va probably means that we will see quite a lot of different Winston plays coming through. So definitely fitting into Phoenix Tier's playstyle. So it will be good to see how this ends up going. Oh, look at that 27% ban rate. That is ridiculous. But of course, Lucio's right behind.
It's the two most banned heroes. I mean, they enable so many comps. I mean, we've heard it from Licks themselves that when you ban Lucio, it kind of also acts as a pseudo Reinhardt ban. That Brawl becomes a lot harder to run right now. very interested to see if teams are going to be picking up Juno. I'm not sure, production, if Juno is available here. She is allowed. So, I mean, there is still the option for a more speedy comp to come in there. Willing to see if anyone's going to take that one up for a spin in the first run. But like you say, the Lucio, the D.Va, the most obvious bans. And I mean, they both enable a style so much. And then like you bring up the Winston with so many changes to how armor works, etc. these days, the fact that D.Va used to counter Winston so much, and now Winston's Tesla cannon actually goes through that armor piercing. So that certainly makes Winston one of the most profitable heroes if you want to go into it. And I mean, Lucio not here means that you got the freedom to avoid all the boops, at least, for your backline if they are wanting to pull up onto well or even in the lighthouse. So certainly I think it's left open a lot of questions more than dictated one strategy that has to or is most likely to come out.
No, definitely. And I mean, on a map like Ilios, there are so many different things that can happen when we've seen a lot of success with Brawl, with Dive, with Spam. Every single comp has sort of a place depending on the map in Ilios. So it'll be interesting to see what the teams do. And of course, there's some of the cameras for Ethereal Ducklings some looking quite focused, some looking quite cheery. Definitely a mix of emotions there. But do we have any cameras for Raiders? I'm wondering. I don't think we do. No, not quite today. But of course, we'll still get to see some live player reactions when we are going in. And our map today is going to be well. So we have quite interesting selections here coming from Raiders' side. I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be their final pick, but we got Symmetra, Genji. Symmetra's probably just going to teleport us out. Junker Queen being one of the stronger frontline tanks recently released into Overwatch 2. Lifeweaver coming out from Ball. Oh, I do hope we get to see some good Lifeweaver play. But Ethereal Ducklings coming out with a rather standard sort of dive spam comp, which has been proven really, really strong on these maps. Echo is an excellent pick, especially with all of these high, tall buildings, being able to abuse quite a lot of sightlines. So let's just see how these teams space out. We got Ethereal Ducklings sort of going on the left-hand side, trying to see what they can find. A bit of spam damage coming in from Void Rooney. And it's just, I think the teams are just sort of eyeing each other out for dive.
Yeah, that's the thing about a dive. If you take the time to calculate it, but when the go call comes out, it comes out with a vengeance. And Ethereal Ducklings waiting for that patience to come through. Phoenix Tears with the anti-heal on top of him gets minced down immediately. The power of that Junker Queen from Nate showing its value, and the rest of Raiders just grouping up together so well, making sure to counter and rebuff that dive straight away. Going to be able to take up that first control of the point, and Ethereal Ducklings is still going to stay on the dive. I don't think the comp was a problem, but certainly the execution needed a little bit more.
Oh, it was quite unfortunate that Void Rooney got traded there when they got their pick, but it looks like, another dive already coming out. Fast gameplay.
Coconuts defending the back line against Nate's attempted rebuttal there. Instead, it's the Ethereal Ducklings. The first time did not work, but the dive comes through, and now having closed that distance on their opponents, able to secure all of the kills that they needed to range the point back in their possession. And this is going to be up to Raiders with this very unique comp to see how they're going to actually approach back into this fight as they make a swap onto Mercy.
Oh, and also a swap onto the Bastion. They're probably looking to just constantly keep that counter dive going, and Tracer almost going down there, but it's zipping out. They are looking to just act like a bit of a counter dive, and Pulse Bomb goes out but doesn't find any sort of connection. Oh, geez. I think both of these teams are just trying to find any sort of weakness, but they are struggling both sides. But we do have ults coming up. Hopefully, this is good.
The big one being that nano boost. Phoenix Tears, though, still with another anti-heal on top of him, is forced to pop Primal Rage. When you say forced to, it almost sounds like he doesn't want to be like this. Gives him the freedom to go all the way into the back line. Desperate attempts from Ball to avoid all that damage, and does stay alive for a long time. But Raiders push back all the way into their own spawn, taking a couple too many. And that was against a big nano boost from Nova Queen. So at least Ethereal Ducklings have been whittled down in terms of their resources in the back line.
Yeah, it did take 3 ults from Ethereal Ducklings, but it was 3 very effective ults. Excellent Bionade from Nova Queen there. Oh, jeez. That unfortunately, Winston goes down. It'll be cool to see how they just missed that ult.
Great innovation coming out from Riders. You can see they are constantly looking for an answer. Swapping Chaos now onto the Reaper has given them the ability to chew through Phoenix. As soon as Phoenix dives in, then Ripe going to take a late dive into the well. Assisted, of course, by the knife of Nate. And Nate's actually looking to get another one out there. Clayton's Phoenix Tears late into this with the burst damage that Raiders is able to put in here. Ethereal Ducklings dive, even though they only need to win one more team fight, is not finding any joy in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we do have both main support ults coming out. Mercy's is not traditionally strong. Oh, another pick for Raiders. That was a very, very good, effective pick here. But it seems like they're still wanting to fight. Rooney is trying to stabilize just a little bit, and it seems like they're backing out. They do have strong DPS ults coming out pretty soon from both sides. Oh, well, from Void Rooney and from Chaos. Big anti-nade. Oh, the fight's already starting. Can barely talk about it.
Nade does manage to survive through that anti-nade and gets back towards the fight while Chaos goes down. They do have the res available if they want to go towards it. And Void is going to start the fight out, takes the duplicate, decides to go onto the opponent's tank, and decides to give them a taste of their own medicine. Fortunately, does not manage to find the nade, or at least the knife. Does get a great ultimate through everyone, though. And that creates all of the space that Ethereal Ducklings needs to come in. They've got to worry about Chaos coming back and tries desperately to pop out that ultimate. Immediately shut down. Does at least get one kill off it, but I don't know if that's enough for Raiders to be able to touch again. It's not. They did well to at least turn aside the tide for a little bit, but it just came through to Ethereal Ducklings. Once they managed to stabilize themselves, group up, they came forward with a good game plan.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a very interesting plan coming through. They were waiting for Phoenix Tears to dive anyone on their team, and they just sort of collapsed on them. But once I think Ethereal Ducklings sort of figured it out, they were playing around very key cooldowns. I mean, Nova Queen landed anti-nade after anti-nade. Yeah. Void Rooney ensuring that sticky grenades go down as the fight starts. That sometimes it's just too much for supports to sort of keep up the team, even with the counter picks coming through. Excellent ult usage from Void Rooney, though. That definitely secured them the points, and it's definitely close. We will see a change in tank, though. We got Doomfist probably trying to look to disrupt the supports. They were putting in a lot of pressure there, and we see Phoenix Tears sort of taking space. Doomfist missed his punch, unfortunately, but we see how this ends up going out there. So it looks like, again, the two teams are sort of setting up and waiting to see what can happen.
It'll be interesting to see the Symmetra's role here as the Ethereal Ducklings decide to go forward. The Doomfist has come back in to try and reinforce, but a Tracer actually gets a good couple of hits on them, decides to leap over the top, claims Ripe. On the other side, Raiders have lost too much of their own backline. They lost the Symmetra, which is a huge chunk of their own damage. The Reapers not managing to find any purchase. A couple of sticky grenades onto Nate. The finishing beam there, going to be able to take him down low, and one more little left click eventually opens up this point here for the Ethereal Ducklings to take control of it. Eventually going to be diving a couple more people onto the point to try to stall that out for a little bit, but it's instead just staggering the back line. It is going to be Ethereal Ducklings finishing this off very late. They haven't gotten control of the point yet, though, so no extra percentage built up. But a great first fight from them.
Yeah, everything seems a little bit disconnected. A lot of different 1v1s sort of happening where Phoenix Tears would dive one particular target. Void Rooney is pressuring out their tank. And maybe this falls into some type of greater strategy of trying to split up that sort of clumped up style that Raiders have, trying to overwhelm them. We got the excellent Rooney ult coming through again. Oh, jeez.
How does he have that so quickly? That is insane. After literally just tapping the point, manages to build up the next ultimate. Kiriko cleanse, though. Great swap coming out from Tickler on the other side, and it puts paid to Void Rooney. Both of the DPS is down. Manages to get a hook on the Anna. It's up to Nova to now try and just hustle back out there, but I think Ethereal Ducklings going to have given up this point. They're going to just contest it for a little bit longer. Ball again, and now needs to take some heights to get out of here. It gets booped off a lot. TP back onto the point. Phoenix Tears creating so much space here, even against the massive amount of DPS coming from the other side. Just buying the time, but that may be all they wrote. Does get up a heal grenade. Coconuts may be able to take over the reins on terms of the tank duty and does just that with the rally. Does turn around. Chaos on the point. Manages to only get one with the ult, and somehow Phoenix Tears is still alive!
That is amazing. Just kudos to the supports there and Phoenix Tears holding that point, using their ults very effectively, and baiting out all of the ults and resources from Raiders. I mean, a brilliant knockoff from Phoenix Tears very early on onto the Kiriko. I'm not entirely sure how Kiriko didn't manage to get back up, but she didn't. And it just ends up being so beneficial. I mean, we're already 85%. They are pressured to touch. Shout already goes out, and we're probably looking for a heavy engage here.
Phoenix Tears only escapes on a sliver of HP, but escape he does, and does manage to leave some space. Void with a very aggressive player, gets a bit greedy, eventually gives up their life. Fortunately, not for Raiders, not too many more people on the point. They've got a Kitsune to at least keep Nate up and alive, and when you've got self-sustain like the Junker Queen does, fortunately, still not going to be enough. Too much damage. Confirmation is there from Ethereal Ducklings. Now Raiders coming back in. Panda doesn't manage to get off the res. That could have been huge. It's just up to ED now from the Eagle Eye Academy to be able to finish off map number 2 and take game 1.
I mean, that was just solid gameplay towards the end there. Both supports just played amazingly in order to basically make sure Phoenix Tears stays alive. And of course, Void Rooney's ultimates were absolutely disgusting when it comes through like this. Oh, jeez. That focusing beam does so much damage against a lot of tanks. And sometimes it's just not expected, but just so well played to the Ethereal Ducklings. Wow.
But I think you made a very key point there. Props has to go out to the support of Ethereal Ducklings there. I mean, Nova, like you said, one of the best counters to a Junker Queen is the anti-heal grenade. I mean, she's a character built around self-sustain and healing from the bleed damage. I mean, you even force your opponents into the Respect Kiri, and with all the good cleanses that were coming out, it still wasn't enough there. Being able to keep Phoenix Tears alive on double-digit HP for a monkey is impressive. You know, that in and out ability and the speed that they were also able to get Phoenix Tears back up to full HP to re-engage with the fight before they lost it, so he doesn't just abandon whoever else is left on the point, was a phenomenal masterclass there, I think, of the support plays. And I mean, you can see there the total healing just coming out a little bit more. Even though they had less damage done, the effective damage, the confirmation of the kills just did not manage to come through from the Raiders. And I mean, they set themselves up a great challenge, some really nice comps to try counter out their opponent's side. But I mean, at the end of the day, you said it, we're going to have a close match.
It will be interesting to see if Raiders will stick to the same strategy. Are they looking to still constantly try and punish Phoenix Tears' aggressive dives? Or perhaps they are trying to see those healing numbers from the two supports and go, maybe we need to change our strategy and start focusing them. I mean, the stats says everything that it needs to. They are putting in the damage. They are doing what they need to do. But it is just not going to be quite enough when you have that sort of backline and a lot of it being mitigated. So it will be interesting to see in terms of map pick and bans how their strategy will end up changing. Again, close games. It was definitely not... just because the score was 2-0 does not reflect how genuinely close both of those maps were at so many different points there. It was just good Overwatch from both teams.
And I mean, that's kind of the story for today. I mean, Raiders, when they played against Sinister, it ended up as a 3-1, but that could have very easily gone to a game number 5 or swung from a single team fight here or there. So Raiders not out of this. What I did notice coming in there, Tox, was a very unique comp. It feels like Raiders want to play their own game style, their own ideas, the characters that they feel comfortable on. I mean, the number of times you really combine a Junker Queen and a Genji is, maybe I'm missing something in terms of the overall meta. Whereas, you know, Ethereal Ducklings, very obvious meta, very obvious dive comp. And I just hope that Raiders, if that is their style, we obviously don't know a lot about them coming in as a new team, but if that is their style, that they want to play their comfort picks, they can't get baited into counter swapping and just trying to play to go against what the other team is playing, because I mean, just play your own heroes, right? You know what you're doing.
Exactly. I mean, one of the best things is that if you go in with a plan, even if it doesn't work, it's a plan. If you start all doing your own random things here and there, then it's on you. You look like the one that's maybe not coordinating with the team.
Yeah.
If you execute your plan as a team, then you are doing it as a team, and you may find that it will be a lot more beneficial. But we have our map already. We are going to be moving on to Midtown, one of the newer maps for Overwatch 2. I mean, I love this map. I think that this map is, apart from the music, the music is everything for this map. But I think that it's very interesting to. It's more heavily beneficial for the defensive side on this map. And when you have so much aggression coming out from Ducklings, Raiders' pick here is very, very clever, and we end up having our bans. We got Tracer ban from Raiders and Junker Queen from Ethereal Ducklings. Junker Queen, very much a targeted ban. They're trying to make sure that they are unable to play that. And I mean, that should just be respect for Nate. Nate put in so much work with Junker Queen. They're pressuring out Phoenix here so much there, and Raiders ban for Tracer, perhaps it's to sort of alleviate some of the pressure that their supports are feeling, to try and make sure that their supports also has some limelight and can keep up Nate in some of the fights. So it'll be interesting to see how well they can use their sort of defensive play style against the aggressive Ducklings on this map. I'm very, very excited to see the comps coming out.
Yeah, when I think of Midtown, I don't think of one specific comp that always dominates. You know, when you think of something like Circuit Royale, you think of Sigma-based comps or Poke. When you think about Kings Row, which I'm very happy to not get to see this time. Not that I hate that map, we just see it too often. We never get to see Midtown, so definitely love it. But I think Midtown is quite a balanced map in terms of what is possible to run. So both those bans to me talk to almost just what are pretty standard, pretty solid picks that the opponents could be picking out. Of course, you've just seen the Junker Queen from Nate on the other side, so going, okay, that's a very comfort pick. Even going back off the Doomfist to go back to Junker Queen shows that Nate favors that hero, and certainly worth banning out. But I mean, eventually Nate's putting up as the D.Va as their most favorite character, most favorite hero. You're not surprised to see it. You can't ban it every round, unfortunately. On the other side, Ethereal Ducklings, they still have their opportunities to run the dive, but without the Tracer, that is certainly going to be a little harder to execute.
It will be a little bit harder to execute, but Ashe on this point is absolutely devastating. There's so many different places where her dynamite can do so much damage. Even though she did receive a nerf very recently in the past patch, I think that she is still very, very potent at dealing with those sort of grouped up teams. So I think it's quite a very strong pick for Ripe here. But of course, we do have an interesting sort of strategy coming out with Symmetra. Symmetra has seen quite a decent amount of play on this map to sort of teleport into the rooms that are sort of to the left-hand side here. So perhaps they will take that rotation. Perhaps they will find out a different type of strategy to see what they can do. D.Va's already going in trying to take space, but
just jumped in alone, unfortunately, and that is a quick way to put paid to your mech, and eventually decides to stand out in the open and just get that remake a little bit faster than with the respawn. Instead, the rest of the team teleporting onto point. QB manages to get up one kill, and the res is going to come out on Nate. The benefit of having that Mercy means that it's suddenly Raiders with one person advantage going to be able to come back in now. They're going to try to chew through that Winston armor would be great. Besides, they head towards the back line, take care of both of the support with the mobility provided by the Symmetra. They've decided to go on to point, and they've managed to chew through all the HP. Chaos taking a duel with the last remaining member here of Ethereal Ducklings, and what a nice play. I thought that they had staggered. I thought they were going to have to wait for it, and suddenly with that little TP play, Raiders take first points.
I mean, absolutely well played to Raiders there. That was very unexpected. I think Ethereal Ducklings probably thought because they got their main tank, because they got the D.Va out, they can sort of do what they need to do. But QB just completely outplayed them with the Symmetra teleport. Again, it's so unexpected and different styles coming through that they probably didn't prepare for such a play when it came through. We are going to see quite an early hold here and quite a lot of damage coming out from both teams. Oh, Jeez.
Chaos being the only casualty so far, though. I mean, the rest of Raiders went down so low, they couldn't get back in. Red's going to come out once more for managing to earn their income right now. And Nano Boost pops onto the front line. Diva are going to actually try and take control of the hard ground. Loses half the HP before they even get there without any other support on top of there. And also going to go out self-destruct just to try and remake. Goes in over the top, doesn't manage to claim anyone. And Raiders have only just managed to get the payload around to this first corner. They're still trying to hold back. Ball goes down as well. And that means that you now have mitigated most of the healing through their desperate attempt from QB to try and get out there. The Ethereal Duckling playing their space so well, and with the duplicate, actually going to throw the Diva Bomb up over the top. Not going to claim anything from that, but pushes Raiders back towards their own spawn, and this is a great place to sit and poke them from. So, thoughts to come out, see if Raiders have any more ingenuity in their back pocket.
No, I mean, do have an ult advantage coming up from Ethereal Ducklings. We got Strong Bob already on point, putting in a lot of damage and taking so much space. Mercy out of position here, but is going to Valk, and that is still too much damage to deal with.
It's almost like Raiders dropping ult retroactively into this fight. Nice Metro Wall to keep their backline safe, but it doesn't give anything towards going forwards. Does allow Chaos to get picked up with that anti-heal over the top. Manages to get one, goes back in there, doesn't claim the next kill. The payload now stops in its tracks. Ethereal Ducklings with the coconuts on this Brigitte has been a valuable addition towards the squad, stopping that dive from being able to take control of this high ground. They're going to be careful about losing Phoenix. Of course, he's got that Primal Rage, and the fight continues to drag out as Raiders looking to reinforce whatever attack they've still got left. Unfortunately, they've been pinned underground from both of their supports. Asleep manages to get them a little bit more space, but they don't seem to be running. They want to stand and take this fight. They've lost the Mercy. They've got a Reaper in close range with the anti-heal. There's nothing coming out, and Raiders got to brawl this to the end, and they're coming out on top now.
These Raiders are absolutely relentless in this push here. They are constantly trying to put pressure onto the entire team. But of course, respawn timers are just, they're not going to stop. They're not going to find any sort of leeway. They need to find that sort of regroup, and especially trying to build up ultimates. We do have duplicate coming up from Ethereal Ducklings here, but they need to just sort of take a breath. You don't need to constantly fight. You don't need to constantly try and win and try and get those picks. Rather move as a team and regroup and then kill as a unit, and that fight just dragged out for way too long for Raiders there, unfortunately. Ethereal Duckling spawn is a lot closer, and it just didn't end up being too beneficial for them. We do have Diva Bomb coming in, which is very good space taking, and also Rooney's ultimate, which will be quite devastating. He's got a favor, he's quite interested in taking the tanks from their play. Oh, Nova goes down.
That's a big bomb, actually, from Nate. Just really sends it in towards the center, manages to take out Nova Queen. And with this payload actually being pushed and through that long fight under the bridge, means that they're effectively one fight away from taking this point. And this may have just been the fight. Extra space created by Nate to go in over the top. Needs to turn around and get back with the Cassidy, though. QB managing to take down Phoenix Tears this time and not making a miraculous escape. Raiders claim second point, so maybe the long drawn-out brawl to the death did at least give them the window to just clinch it in one. Ethereal Ducklings, with ults in hand, gonna have to save them for this fight.
Yeah, I mean, they did manage to regroup. Raiders managed to regroup. They executed a plan with the Diva Bomb going in. Nova Queen ended up dropping, and they just collapsed onto the enemy team. It was very, very strong effort, but they went in with a plan, much like the plan coming in from Ducklings here. Oh, jeez, what a strong dive. Just absolutely disgusting with the nano coming through. Yeah. Nova Queen knows exactly what to do in terms of that nano usage. And again, it's just, that was a brilliantly executed dive. One ult, dismantled the entire team. You couldn't ask for a better result there.
Yep. Ethereal Ducklings played that perfectly, not wasting too much into that. They dealt with everyone, didn't need to chase outside, they didn't get any late staggers, and instead Raiders, they group up, they've dived in and they've gone forwards. They go, you're not the only ones with a dive, we're going to go in and take out Ripe on the back line. And Nate finds Nova Queen for the second time with that self-destruct ultimate, stays alive nice and healthy. Now takes the battle to the second support, and so battle of attrition here left for Ethereal Ducklings. Yeah, you've got a Raging Monkey, but there's no one to keep them topped up there, and the swap, the duplicate from Void Rooney onto the Reaper at least going to be able to sustain themselves for a little bit. Does get a good kill, actually. Manages to clinch it out. Phoenix Tears falling late into that fight means that they're going to have to come back, but a great hold from Ethereal Ducklings. Zero progress for Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely brilliant plays from Ducklings to try and maintain that. Definitely well played to both teams there. Rooney and Phoenix Tears holding out against Chaos and Nate there. It seemed like either one of them could have won there. But we do have Reaper ult coming in for Raiders. It could be very big, or it could get slept. We never know what could happen in these particular cases. Bob goes out, taking space quite soon. Reaper goes down. Just, oh, wow. That was excellent. Well played to the DPS.
And I mean, with 30 seconds, I mean, 10 seconds now, we really are in last fight territory. I mean, it's going to have to be Raiders doing something, and that something is taking out your opponent's main tank. An optimistic High Noon dropping down here. Does manage to use that speed boost to get around the corner. Rally in answer towards it, though. But Raiders, we know them. They will fight to the last right now. They're being hammered down, but the Chaos ultimate from the backline was so close to doing something. Great work from Nova to be able to sleep that and gets the nano boost out onto the returning Phoenix Tears. Gets a lot of damage onto their opponent's backlines, pushes them up off the carts, and the double kill from Nova really makes it all but academic now for Raiders. They've still got Chaos. He's keeping the payload alive for just a second, but a second is all they get. No way to finish out point number 3. Eventually, Ethereal Ducklings stabilize.
Oh, it's just well played to Nova there. Just completely dismantling the enemy team from getting kills to landing big anti-nades to the nano to the sleep on the nano Reaper. Just excellent support plays there, and just well played to both teams. Either team could have swayed the tide there. There was definitely no clear winner until pretty much the very end. Very good ultimates usage, I think, from both teams are coming out. Also, they are executing their own plans. It's less reactive sort of play that we have been seeing sort of in the past. So seeing two teams being very proactive with their ultimates engages and seeing what they can basically do to output as much damage as they possibly can has been refreshing, definitely, to see. And we have the Torbjorn Symmetra pick coming out. That is so much damage for Ethereal Ducklings to deal with.
Yeah, this dive has to come through with cohesion. It has to come through and get value immediately right now. Certainly, it would be good to stagger that dive. I mean, with the Torbjorn turret and the Symmetra turrets, stuff you have to worry about. You've got to kind of do your homework. I like to put it down there, being the teacher in me always comes down, because you've got to get rid of those constructibles first before you try and throw the full dive. Otherwise, your echo is going to be so pressured there. And I mean, when you're going into your dive as well against something like Boar on the Brigida, means that it's going to be very hard. Chaos nearly throws the fight immediately at the beginning. But Ethereal Ducklings, with a team that has got the experience behind them to know how to slow play this and when they've got the opportunity for a dive to come through. And with that comes good pathing as well, taking a nice route around the outside, absolutely avoiding any chip damage from that Torb turret. Eventually there is going to be the dive in over the time, but it's timed perfectly. Ball gets taken down, and that's a big part of your anti-dive synergy that your main support offers there. And Ethereal Ducklings chipping away piece by piece. Now another time over the top, removes the second sport, does pay with their own life. There is still the overlap. Chaos! Double kill with the headshots there. Manages to certainly put pay to Ethereal Ducklings and send them back to point. And then QB wants to take a bit of a little flanking route and pin these two. And I mean, if these are late stagger kills, this is actually fantastic here from Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, the Ethereal Ducklings supports need to get out. They need to regroup with their team. Otherwise, it's going to be punishing. Phoenix Tears already coming back in, just trying to get them out. Oh, a double digits HP again, knowing his limits of his hero. But this sort of pathing is excellent here. Oh, here comes the anti and the nano. Very, very strong engage here.
Now isolating target, just zero tunnel focus there from Phoenix Steers, which is a great thing there. Manages to get back towards the teammates. Unfortunately now with Nate diving in, taking out 2. Going to be a big trade-off between these 2. And the Sojourn comes in from the side, manages to get a great confirmation. Has the ultimate in hand and going to be popping it now. They only managed to hit 1 of the 2. Does at least get onto the point, and Self-Destruct going to be left completely harmless in the side room. Great symmetrical wall down the center of the point, though. This gives all the space to Raiders. They've got a good chance of still holding this, coming in from multiple angles. They need to worry about giving up too much percentage as Phoenix Steers goes on the offense. Counted out by a nice anti-heal and a great rally. Look at the size of that shield to catch those bombs. I mean, it's Raiders cleaning up right now, stabilizing, moving their way around here. I mean, the Symmetra beam, that's the big part. It was the Symmetra wall that defined the first half of this fight, and looks like a second wall, this time from the duplicate of Voidaruni. Going to be able to confirm it for the second, but Raiders just too strong on the defense.
This ult after ult coming out from both sides that they just couldn't end up keeping up with. The Ethereal Ducklings couldn't keep up with the aggression that Raiders just somehow manages to find out of seemingly lost situations. It's just amazing mechanical play, especially with Chaos coming out getting picks, Kyubi coming out getting picks. It's just relentless damage from their DPS. So well played from both sides, and Nate lasting so long. We got another engage coming in, again heavy onto the supports, but they are looking to counter dive. Not quite saving ball there from Rooney's damage, and Winston goes in yet again. Absolutely relentless when it comes to this particular play. We do have Diva Bomb. We probably will see this sort of door coming out once again. Oh, here it comes.
In over the top, there's enough shields to block that though, and Voidaruni not with any fear in their heart, still punishing anyone looking to come out of that small choke. Now decides to take a late flank with the point already confirmed, is going to give up their life. But I think Ethereal Ducklings, after how much they struggled there, going to be happy that they at least claimed that. Well played to Raiders. That was a phenomenal hold from them. They're even going to have the cheek to stagger out Chaos. That's mean, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Chaos already had his ultimate, so they pretty much lose nothing from that stagger there. Chaos trying to desperately get this sort of pick. We do have Lifeweaver coming out once again from Ball. Seems to be quite a comfort pick then for him to play around with. But we have 4 ultimates, almost 5 ultimates from Ethereal Ducklings versus the 1. Yeah. While the stall was initially very good, Ethereal Ducklings just need to sort of plan out their ults, and they will be able to dismantle and completely destroy this point.
Yeah, you send a nano boosted monkey into the back line there with a Primal Rage in hand, and Phoenix Tier is going to cause all the consternation that's needed for the rest of the team. Even though it pays with their life, there's basically no one left for Raiders. No one was looking at Voidaruni. Now they are, though. It does actually get out the duplicate. Forced towards the end of the fight on minimal HP. Desperate attempt to nano boost up the Baby Diva, get back into that mech as soon as possible. They really want to hold the second point, but they don't manage to commit in time, and it's instead going to be second point given up. Lots of ultimates wasted for Raiders, does not manage to get anything out. They're taking a little bit of control of the point, but Ethereal Ducklings, they're going to be ecstatic. Their payload was waiting there, and they've still got ults in hand.
No, I mean, very well played to Ducklings there. Very effective use of ultimates. They still managing to hold on to 2 of them. So 3 ults for a whole entire point. You couldn't look at a better side, better sort of sight there. We do have 2 minutes 30 on the clock, so it's still quite short, but also very, very doable for Ethereal Ducklings. Diva Bomb coming in for Raiders, probably going to be very aggressively played once again. Just so much damage, just too much damage.
Rap has to come out there. Triple kill here from the side of Ethereal Ducklings. That may be all that they needed to. They managed to consistently put on that pressure like we've seen them do time and time again. Big aggressive slide comes out from right, while Voidaruni trying to hold down this left-hand side. Just needs one more shot. Does not manage to get it, but no one can get to the payload. Ethereal Ducklings going to be able to take map number 2 here. After Raiders, with their tenacious attitude, tried so hard, but it just came down to moments of brilliance with Ethereal Ducklings and their cohesion behind them, able to split the attention and get the key picks, just able to confirm the kills that they needed to. And I mean, the stabilization to be able to mitigate just like key moments. There were certain key win conditions I felt by Raiders that were shut down. You know, I'm thinking about like Reaper ultimates. That was Reaper gets killed and then tries to rush into the point and then gets a nano boost and then still gets slept. You know, Diva bombs that pick up one, but there's 3 people dead on your backline already. It's things like that, moments that really separated this.
It does feel like we are looking at a match where you got a lot of mechanical skill on the Raiders side and a lot of comfort picks versus set out practice plans from Ethereal Ducklings. Every single fight, Ethereal Ducklings seem to have some sort of plan and they want to execute it. They tend to be quite disciplined with their ultimate usage, whereas Raiders want to throw in quite a lot of different chaos. And either strategy can definitely work, but I think Ethereal Ducklings' discipline in these past couple of games has been phenomenal, and it is resulting in them doing much more. And we can see it again from the graphs. Raiders putting in way more damage than Ethereal Ducklings, but damage is going to be pointless if you cannot confirm those kills. We got to make sure that they have some type of cohesion and sort of bringing it together so that they can try and dismantle some of the plans that Ethereal Ducklings do. Because as we've seen, a little bit of chaos just thrown in, a little bit of something unexpected, and Ducklings may not necessarily be prepared for it. Raiders put in an excellent amount of healing this time around also, so definitely that Tracer ban that they had earlier alleviated some of that pressure off of the supports, but it's just planning at this stage. Planning from both sides has been very, very different, and Ethereal Ducklings just seem to be playing their own game at the moment.
Yeah, Raiders, even with that same sort of kind of dive mentality where you got Nate on the Diva, you're kind of almost reacting at that stage. You're just diving with no game plan as it feels. That's probably a little bit harsh. They do obviously have some good call outs and they've got the ability to concentrate their focus onto the targets that they need. But Ethereal Ducklings just looks like a more polished version of it, where they've got that tempo control a little bit better. They're going fully aggressive when the go call comes, and then they get the one pick that they need, and then they group up together, and then they spot out the next target, which is enabled by, you know, the nice Sojourn hit here or there, and then they jump onto that target. So they get confirmation of that point, and then they group up back together. Even while Nate's causing havoc in your backline, there was always Phoenix Tears looking behind to go back and reinforce them. That's what that extra damage block comes into. And I mean, that's the sort of play. Raiders are a horde of barbarians that I would be very terrified to face down because of the tenacity of their fighting style. I mean, there were a couple of fights there that they just held on for so long, and sometimes you could go, okay, that was probably not needed, it wasted a bit of time, but other times it worked out for them. So that's their chaos is certainly the name of the game for them, and it just came down to the discipline of Ethereal Ducklings to hold off when they needed to and punish.
No, I mean, absolutely relentless play style. And sometimes it could just be a matter of attrition. You just sometimes put in so much resources, and if you're thinking of the spam sort of play style that Raiders tend to have with their DPS, so eventually Ashe is going to run out of bullets, for example.
Right.
Echo will run out of cooldowns, whereas Torbjorn and Symmetra doesn't seem to ever stop. So it definitely plays more into their style, and it'll be interesting to see how they are able to execute the style when going onto a payload map such as Shambali. Shambali, again, one of the newer maps added to Overwatch 2, so we're seeing all of the different Overwatch 2 maps coming out today. And I think that Shambali is a very, very tricky map. Shambali has a lot of different tight corners that defense can sort of play around. There are some longer sightlines, but there are a lot of instances where you have to play very, very disciplined as a team in order to find progress through it, especially when you have so many different angles that DPS can sometimes come from. And we are seeing Raiders, again, getting that Ana out of the way, respecting Nova Queen's anti-nades, respecting the Nano. They've identified what is the threat and the main sort of key plan that they revolve themselves around. So it's very, very interesting to see that. And Ethereal Ducklings going in for a Sombra ban. also have some switch outs. We have Nova out for Lynx and Phoenix Tears out for Something Cat. So they banned Anna, and Nova said, you know what? I'm going to be leaving, in fact. So Lynx is definitely going to be an interesting switch in, and Cat being an interesting switch in. So their whole entire playstyle may be completely different to what Raiders are expecting now.
You know what? I'm happy that Nova actually gets a rest. Nova, you have done your work. Time and time again, you deserve to sit back and let your team try and finish this off now. And the big part about this to me is Phoenix Tears tends to be the more dive tank here for the Ethereal Ducklings, whereas Something Cat, very brawl style. And when you are able to now bring Licks back in, you enable the Lucio. Very heavy Lucio player there. Absolutely loves that character. So you now bring in your brawl tank with that, and suddenly these long sight lines, we're going, okay, we don't have the dive available. That's absolutely fine. We don't need it. We're going to just be a death ball that rolls in over the top of you. And it's going to be interesting because Raiders have struggled a little bit with the dive. How can their chaotic brawly mentality now face up against this the sort of like counter brawl right now? I mean, they've obviously picked Shambali, again, a very unique map, just like Midtown was. And so they've got something in their mind. Maybe they've got a hidden Widow prodigy lying in the background that's just going to stop any of these sort of dives before they even come in, and now doesn't have to worry about the dive aspect. So very excited to see what Raiders has. I feel like Raiders could take a game here. I 100% believe they deserve a game.
I mean, with the way how they've been playing and the way how they mechanical sort of, the way how they mechanically can outplay Ducklings and just their sheer tenacity, it would be good to see sort of a 3-1. But at the same time, Ducklings have been playing this sort of textbook most of the time. Their planning has just been impeccable, and I wouldn't be surprised if that same sort of coordination that Nova and Phoenix had going into those very, very strong dives are sort of replicated with Cat and Lynx on Malga and Lucio. I mean, we have seen Cat do amazing, amazing work on Malga, and he can be absolutely devastating. Just non-stop sustain, non-stop pressure, and it will be good to see him in sort of the limelight. Bruni going in for Venture here. Very, very strong sort of pick-orientated hero. I love Venture gameplay. Just so satisfying to see that drill just bash into people's faces. Whereas Raiders over here, again, very comfort picks going in for Nate and QB over here, but the supports are looking to do a lot of damage here with Kiriko and Zenyatta. So perhaps they've already identified the Malga and said, here's a Discord orb. Good luck with minus 25% health. Enjoy your time as tank.
And I mean, I think Something Cat is going to swap within 1 or 2 fights here, because you're dealing with the Diva Defense Matrix, Chaos who can deflect you, and the wonderful Discord Orb. They've got no sustain. They've got no ability to survive for a long time. So very excited to see. I think Ethereal Ducklings DPS going to have to do a hell of a lot in the backline. But I mean, when you've got something like a Zenyatta to aim at, that is a great way to do it. Unfortunately, Something Cat is going to go down early into this. Thankfully, he's got Boyd Rooney, a very similar character towards Echo, that ability to go in and assassinate the backline, picks up a triple kill to start us off, and sends the Raiders scurrying back to spawn as Something Cat at least has got the sprint to get back here in time.
Yeah, we saw a very good, solid execution with the Lucio speed boost and Malga. Oh, he's sticking to the Malga despite a lot of his damage being mitigated. The rest of the team was able to completely obliterate Raiders' backline here. But it seems like they are going to be the less of the aggressors here, unless Cat has something to say about it. Oh my goodness me. That is so much going on. Lynx! Oh no! Lynx is...
You don't often see the Lucio picking up the triple kill, but I mean, Lix is a Lucio specialist. This is why the ban came out in the first round. Lix manages to pick up 3 there quite comfortably. Something Cat once more going for the aggressive push straight in there. Dives almost immediately, even through the Suzu. But, you know, that's space. That's space.
Yeah, sometimes, honestly, if a tank does his job and dies, it still does his job, and that's all that you can really ask for. We have both DPS ults coming out for Ethereal Ducklings. Tracer hopefully going to try and get a pick where as Rooney's ult can be devastating when cooldowns are used by the enemy team. We do have Kiriko ult coming for Raiders, which could be absolutely devastating with amount of damage to point out. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they engage here relatively soon. Unless Rooney says, absolutely no, here's a drill to your face, back out, you are not allowed to engage this fight.
Oh, and again, that was just timed so perfectly. Nate had pushed up and thought everyone was behind, but makes up for it with a full triple kill there, with a Mercy from Panda as well, going to be able to come back, does pay with their life. A little bit too close to your tank there, who was stuck. But I mean, it is Raiders taking control of the point there. Ethereal Ducklings with their aggressive styles pushes them too far. They're even going to lose the Kiriko very late into the fight. So a great stagger and a lot of progress finally obtained here for Raiders.
Nate, what did you do? That was disgusting. How did you manage to get that off? That was so well played. What a you couldn't ask for a better Diva Bomb. That is just so good. And we now see it's relatively even ults. They've managed to hold on to the Kiriko ult, which will be devastating at this particular point. And while strong engagements coming in from Cat, coming in. Oh, what is happening?
It's just chaos. Ultimate being thrown down on every side to counter out this Mauga ult. Raiders coming up the better with it there as both Kitsune rushes cancel each other out there. The big problem, you do not want to be holding a Reaper in the middle of your Mauga ult. Out of all the characters, that is the one that's going to punish you. Ethereal Ducklings, even like you say, with two very good ults behind them, don't manage to sustain long enough, and Raiders take the first point. Now only having the Diva Bomb on hand and Chaos close. This could be a tough fight, though.
No, but very well played to Kyubi in particular in that fight. Just being able to cut Mauga Cage in half with Symmetra Wall, it mitigates so much power from there. You can very much see that Kyubi is a very, very smart Symmetra player. Jeez. The Virtual coming in and Cat really able to demolish someone, but they end up trading. We do have Reaper coming in. It could come out here, but he's falling very low, but he ends up going down. Just constant trades, constant gameplay. The res comes out for Chaos. We do have Raiders being up here, and they are trying to pressure out this Mauga. They are going to try and make sure that his health trades, and I think Raiders once again just ends up showing that they can bring quite a lot of their mechanical skill and comfort on their heroes to dismantle quite a lot of their plans. Ducklings need to change something. Ducklings 100% need to change something because it's not going to work against what they are against.
I said it from the beginning, I don't like the Mauga into this composition. I mean, there was against the Genji. I think the Reaper's even a trade up there. And I love what Chaos did in that last fight. Did have the ultimate, but actually bought the time and drew so much attention towards themselves that they were able to, they fell late into the fight. Now we go into this one on the verge of second point right now, right on 1 HP, eventually claimed out by Nate. Kyubi going to be able to pick up another one. The Reaper ult, unfortunately, just outside the cage, not going to get any sort of value. It really is a case of you're trapped in here with us, dear friend. Something Cat, forced to drop that, probably going to be swapping right now onto something else. And actually late to swap right now as Raiders claiming second point with a very cheap fight as well, having 3 more available.
No, I mean, Mercy's damage boost there from Panda ended up just completely melting through the sound barrier over there, which was very, very well played from them. And it's just so much momentum that this team has. Nate, unfortunately, while having incredible Diva Bombs, didn't find anything there. But Ducklings being quite stubborn in their gameplay and sticking to this. Kitsune coming out from Raiders, trying to find any sort of pick here. Just melted. Too much.
It's absolutely melted. And right now, Ethereal Ducklings, they haven't dropped any of their ultimates into this fight, which is good, but they also haven't stopped the progress of the payload. Raiders continue to go forward. Very aggressive play from Nate, but always coming back and Mercy tethered towards them. Not a target. We often see Mercy confirming and prioritizing. A nice Symmetra Wall also waiting. Right manages to pick up one on the back line, drops the pulse onto the ground there. Kitsune just, or at least Suzu, just to try and make sure something cat tries to chew through everyone, but unfortunately the defense matrix too strong. Raiders still keep everyone up and healthy there. Rez to try and reinforce them a little bit more. They still have this Symmetra Wall if they need it, but they don't. Nate's just going on an absolute rampage. And Raiders, I said they had something special planned here, and they did. Shambali, quick work.
I mean, that was just so well played to Raiders. I think Ethereal Ducklings have just completely went into their play style. Yeah. They didn't seem to execute as strongly as what they did do it initially, but then they just kept on seeming to just run into them, and that is where Raiders will just shine. They are focusing Cat down. Like, it is absolutely relentless. They are 100% targeting him throughout the entirety of this fight, and it is showing. Cat goes down even through the sustain that he has with a Matrix on your face, with a Reaper, with a Symmetra. You just cannot live, and something does need to change. Perhaps while Cat is comfortable on Malga, perhaps something like a Sigma will be able to mitigate quite a decent amount of damage. Perhaps even matching the Diva itself could lead to some success in mitigating Reaper damage. But again, Kyubi is showing very, very solid Symmetra gameplay. Very, very good comfort pick for him. And I just think that it's been excellent to sort of see Raiders just show that, hey, we are not out of this yet. We still will take this map from you. Well, at least the full entire point. And Ducklings need to find their own sort of rhythm again. Their plans are being dismantled.
And I mean, I asked for it at the beginning here. Raiders needed to play their own game style. They are. They're doing it with aplomb as well, and I really like this. So Ducklings could be hard pressed to find an answer now. They're going to go back to their original team comp, and once again, Something Cat immediately into the foray onto the back lines, but doesn't manage to get any confirmed kills at the beginning. Instead, the damage coming in the other way is just too much to handle. There's no damage mitigation right now, and even with these dives over the top, Ripe going to get one late kill, but has to just try and wait, and even that kill taken away immediately by a cooldown of Panda. So Ethereal Ducklings, they're forcing it, and that's what it feels like. They are forcing it, and forcing it into a team that's playing on such comfort picks, not the way to play. And they got to do their homework right now, because these sim turrets are just unanswered.
I mean, so what do you do as Ducklings here? Do you stick to your plan? Do you change it? I personally think, again, been saying it from the beginning, you have to change something. But they are looking for a favorable fight here. They are sustaining a little bit better than what they originally were. And Rooney turning in and absolutely destroying Raiders' backline there. Getting rid of as much as they can. Nate going in for a hopeful bomb but doesn't end up finding anything. And Panda, unfortunately, will just have to fly away very sadly as the last one left alive. Unless that was quite hopeful. Optimistic Rays. We do like to see them, especially when it's late into the fight. But Ethereal Ducklings, we've been asking for them to swap the whole time, showing that they didn't need to. Voider Rooney continually impresses on this venture, though. I mean, that was a triple kill with a single drove through the center. Now a late contestation here, 0.05 meters. The Voider Rooney once more, the DPS show coming out from Ethereal Ducklings. Doesn't manage to get up onto the high ground, but chases the Mercy down and confirm the second point here. Ethereal Ducklings go, you know what? We're going to all speed run through here in Shambali Monastery and take a clean fight, only dropping the pulse bomb as well on top of that. You know, perhaps I need to eat my words. I mean, again, Ethereal Ducklings are sticking to their plan and they being able to execute it. If Raiders can find that sort of chaos that they sort of bring, they will probably end up finding that their plan will be difficult to execute again. But we do have Riptire coming out from Raiders. Oh, Rooney, this being very, very sneaky. They know Riptire is here.
Couple more shots would have worked, but trading 1 for 1 for now is great, I guess. The Rez also gets confirmed. Wow. Okay, Panda doing miraculous things there. Gives Raiders a chance to still contest this, as they've got a lovely choke to just start throwing damage down into. Nate has been really good at holding this, but fortunately, though, they've got to worry about the cage. And when you combine the cage with a Venture ult, that is a tectonic shock that not even a continent will be able to stand up against. And Rooney just continues to light up the scoreboard. Certainly DPS of the day in this matchup. And the Ethereal Ducklings take point 2.
I think Ethereal Duckling said, you know what, we need this point 2. It doesn't matter what ends up happening, what ult we have to throw into it, we will get it. And it ended up working. Raiders are struggling to sort of find that just trying to get that any sort of pick, any sort of pressure onto Cat once again. I think Cat playing a little bit slower has also been very, very beneficial to him. He's a very smart Mauga player, so he can adapt to this sort of stuff, even with everything being thrown at him. Reaper coming out again from Chaos here, which will hopefully help him, and here comes the bomb. Oh!
Somehow Nate just pulls back these fights when it seems unwinnable. I mean, they dropped the sim wall, which was off to one side, and I was worried that that was going to give Ethereal Ducklings too much space. But Ethereal Ducklings, they take a loss themselves. Didn't drop any ultimates really into that. So they're going to be happy with a dry fight from their side. But otherwise, Raiders, a nice time to stabilize. 3.5 minutes, though. It's a long time to try hold this out. They've at least managed to pin their opponents on one side, force a recall out of Tracer early into the fight as well. Means that it's going to be up to Ethereal Ducklings to come out there. Rooney on the verge of that ultimate, looking to pop out and cause some consternation. And they've got actually everyone very low. Can they confirm these kills? Something Cat gets one. Nice beat to make sure that Lix has kept his team alive. This allows them to go full aggressive mode, confirm those kills, that advantage that they were able to get up so much. And they confirm their team kill. Can anyone from Raiders even get back? Otherwise, Ethereal Ducklings with a fantastic time bank.
That was very, very smart from Ethereal Ducklings. Just taking it a little bit slow and trying to get out as much resources as they can. And just when they just think the Raiders are about to win, Lynx comes in with a very excellently timed beat to sustain the fight and completely override anything that Raiders basically has to answer. I think that Ethereal Ducklings are seeing the amount of ults that Raiders can sort of put into a lot of different fights, and they are using their ults a lot more wisely. Again, it's that sort of what does mechanical skill and comfort going up against sort of deep-seated plans that have been practiced again and again. It's just two different playstyles from the two teams, and it just seems that Ethereal Ducklings are coming out with a much, much better result. And we are seeing a change in defense here with the Ramatra and May coming out along with Sojourn. Rife has been doing quite a decent amount of work on Sojourn. Coconut's changing to Baptiste again, just sort of Ramatra's best friend at this stage, just trying to make sure that he can sustain as much as we can. But Nate bringing out the Junker Queen, which was very, very strong on the first map, so it was good to see that again. Bastion singing the lovely sort of tunes that he's doing, and they are opting for the Zenyatta Discord once more. They're probably still expecting Cat to play Mauga, but Cat has something new up his sleeve this time round.
Very interesting compositions to come out here. Again, it almost comes down to execution. Something Cat can't afford to get caught out of position if they've still got a Bastion on the other side. And the May War is certainly going to be an interesting contest between the two of these sides. Rife taking a great off angle, though, looking to put in damage, and of course the Zenyatta being the key target there. Rooney decides to jump down there, trying to confirm the kill on the opponent. May doesn't get the same ice block off. Now the brawl rarely ensues. It's a tussle on the payload. It's Ethereal Ducklings led by Something Cat leading the charge. Coconuts picks up a double kill from the high ground, but the sustain their immortality field held so long into the fight that there's going to be no more deaths here from our side in blue, and they're able to send their opponent scurrying home, even managing to get the late kill onto Nate, taking out the main tank on the other side. Coconuts nearly gets taken out and punished on the other side, but Raiders, with their only one fight really that they could take, had to play a bit desperate, and desperation going to be all that they've got left. As long as there's time, though, there's hope. And Maywar takes down and avoids, prevents anyone from even touching. Such good heads-up play from Rooney.
Rooney just completely, just devastating. What a really good patience from Ducklings there to also let Raiders sort of engage, and then they were able to punish through there. good wall from Rooney towards the end, and they just couldn't end up finding that last sort of touch. 3 minutes to just push the car all the way just past the Pinnacle Tea House. I think that Ducklings will have this unless Raiders have some very strong plan coming out here. Oh, it's not a lot of time at all.
3 minutes for basically a full hold is a miraculous thing. And I'm surprised to see Raiders. They've obviously gone with the comfort pick on Nate, but that's very much a long, drawn-out kind of fight character that you're hoping for at any stage. Get a couple of picks, sustain through everything. Ethereal Ducklings just brought too much fire in some of the most literal sense. Actually, ironically, the only time they didn't have fire on their side. But, they dove at the right time. They collapsed down. They had the sustain from Coconut's Baptiste. They had something Cat with the Ramatro was able to punish using his punches and block almost infinite damage with those arms. And then, of course, Void from the May War aspect just diffed out Chaos a little bit. And that was key to their play. So, Raiders, you have 20 meters or so that you can play with right now. You've got to get someone to contest right now. They've lost their main support in the back line. Going to get picked up straight away. Panda decides Baptiste is more important in this. Immortality field. Drop down immediately. Chewed through just as fast. Something Cat pays homage to the Mauga that carried them so quickly through it in the first round. And everyone cleaned off, sent back to spawn. And that's going to be Raiders. They're new to this tournament. But they came through with a great showing against Sinister earlier, but taking their first loss against a strong Ducklings and a clean 3-0. I mean, while it was certainly closer than the 3-0 would have you believe, it was just too much, discipline. I think discipline is the right word to use for how Ethereal Ducklings played most of these matches.
No, it was very, very well played to both teams, as you said, and there was definitely some key moments. I mean, Nate absolutely devastating on that tank there, just getting pick after bomb after ensuring that his team was able to sustain those last couple of fights. But once again, Ethereal Ducklings, just everyone had a key moment and a sort of integral role to play that their plans just ended up being something that they stuck to. They didn't deviate from it, and that discipline just sort of shone through, and they were able to maintain their sort of momentum straight through to the end. 200,000 damage. I don't think I've seen that high. I haven't seen it that high. No.
100,000 healing alone from the Raiders kind of shows you that this was a brawl matchup of note. Like, this was textbook brawl matchups, even if the lineups weren't reflective of any textbook page you'll ever see. But I mean, I respect Ethereal Ducklings. Something, Cat, I'm not going to doubt you again. We were calling from the beginning. I went, the Mauga is not the play. Maybe not on defense, it didn't work. But, I mean, on the offense, that was just a phenomenal performance from them. And, I mean, just Ethereal Ducklings, when your opponents are putting in 154,000 damage, 155, you're going, that is something we got to worry about. But you've got two options, block more or do more.
Jeez, I mean, I'm still blown away from the stats. I'm almost speechless.
What's interesting is between the healing, there's actually an equal number of net damage coming through there, and Raiders with 35,000 more damage blocked, they actually won out the damage wall.
I'm shocked. This graph is just something that I don't even know what to think about it. That's very interesting to say at the very least. But again, well played to both teams. That was a great set of Overwatch games. I don't think it's never nice to sort of see that 3-0 sort of score, but I mean, it definitely doesn't reflect the games that we saw today. It was very, very close throughout, and definitely a lot of key players shining through. Which, talking about key players shining through, we do have to sort of pick a player of the match. Yeah. There's so many people that are there that could possibly be chosen. What do you think would be some of the highlights here?
Okay, so two people come to mind. This is the big one, right? Two people. A notable mention has to go to Nate. There were a couple of great diva bombs over the top, but that doesn't carry you through a game, but a really nice play through there. My two characters, and you get to pick between the two of them. I think Void needs to get included in the conversation. I think Void cracked open a couple of team fights, whether it was on the Echo or the Venture, that were dicey throughout their entirety, and then suddenly Void came through and half the opponent team was dead. So Void is one. But I always feel like it's easier to see the impact of a DPS player. It's harder to see the impact of a good support player. And now you know where I'm going with this, because even though she didn't play the third match, Nevada Queen, with that Anna, surviving through everything, even when you're getting pulled off the high ground by a Junker Queen knife, by Gracie. The anti-heals that just kind of stopped every push in their tracks. Sleeps to shut down Reaper ultimate. I think if there was ever someone who used the entirety of their kit to the full extent at every opportunity, Nevada Queen would have to get it. So those are my two floats. I know which way I'm leaning a little bit more, but yeah. Dogs, I hope you agree, man.
Oh, I do 100% agree. I honestly think if Queen was able to play that sort of last map, I would have loved to see a lot more flex support play coming out from her. And again, just amazing flex DPS plays coming out from Ducklings there. It's so difficult to pick because Void Rooney just ended up winning so many different fights, but it felt like Nevada Queen just had so many key moments that were integral to Duckling's plans that I just have to, as a fellow support player, I have to give it to Nevada Queen, just for absolutely amazing play. I genuinely think that both of them, to be honest, deserve it. But if we have to pick one, that's where I'm leaning. Complete support bias, sorry to say.
I'm with you as well. I'm also a support player. And just that's why I can appreciate how well she understood her role. I mean, the nano boosts were perfectly timed over the top. Everything that I mentioned was just pristine. And so great work coming out there on that side. Nevada Queen leading the team to victory, and yes, Void, we saw, and you got your shout out. I appreciate it. That was great. Everyone from Ethereal Ducklings, it was the team synergy that won them the overall map, but the individual fights came down to Nova's play. So well done to you guys. If you are interested, we do have more matches today. We have at least one more, hey?
Yeah, wait. Who is playing? It's the winner of match 2 versus the winner of match 3, which I believe is coming up relatively soon. It's Helen and Sinister going to be up against each other at 7 o'clock, so relatively soon, just in 45 minutes time, so we will be coming back. And of course, we have matches all throughout tomorrow, going to be looking at the losers bracket matches to see who ends up coming out over there. It'll be a good set of Overwatch games throughout the whole weekend. Very looking forward to seeing that. And on the screen, you can see how the upper bracket has basically developed. You have our sort of upper finals, and they are going to be against each other to play for qualifying seed 7. Very, very exciting. But lower bracket, still everything to play for. We will probably see Raiders possibly make their way through there. It will be interesting to see how they develop during their journey, and maybe we'll cast them again.
Yeah, that lower bracket is actually terrifying. I'm not surprised to see the upper finals looking like that. It was, of course, the Ethereal Ducklings at the top there, EEAD. If you guys aren't aware of what the acronyms mean, Ethereal Ducklings, they're going up against Pandacity. Again, the other side that I was almost heartbreaking to see just missing out on that first chance qualifier. And then, I mean, when you've got people like Talons and Sinister already sitting at the lowest point of the lower bracket, that next game is going to be an elimination game, and it's so early. It's going to be heartbreaking to see one of them go. And then you go Raiders into the next round. And then whoever loses between the Ethereal Ducklings and Pandacity is waiting for you in the lower finals. So an incredibly tough run. going out the bottom. We'll only see one of those games here today. But I mean, whether it's Ethereal, Ducklings, or Pandasti winning out that upper finals and qualifying directly, I am 100% behind either of those teams going through and give the other one a great potential to make it through the lower finals as well. But so much exciting Overwatch still to come, and every one of these matches I think is going to be close.
I 100% agree. I mean, just give us good Overwatch. That's all that we ask for, and that's all that we need. It's everything that we sort of live for as players, as people watching the game, as casters, as producers. Just absolutely, that's all that we need. Just give us all of the good Overwatch, please. More, please. Thank you.
All right, guys, that's going to bring us to an end of this broadcast right now. I see Nova busy kicking your feet. We need a clip of that, please, on Twitter. Just tag us right now. I want to see you jumping in the air, clicking your heels. That would be fantastic. But as Tok said, guys, we're going to be taking about a half an hour break there, and we're going to get the stream up and running. Just go finish off the last bit of that other sport thing that's happening today if you need to keep yourselves busy until then. And then we're going to be coming back with our last match of the day. Terran and Sun Phoenix going to have the pleasure of bringing you that elimination match here in the Ethereal Crown Last Chance Qualifiers. And Tox and I will have to see you tomorrow. So have a great evening, and we'll see you later for that next bit of action. Bye-bye.
Well, for there to be winners, there have to be losers. And for there to be people advancing, there have to be people being eliminated. And unfortunately for one of these teams, it'll be the end of their journey in terms of qualifying for the LAN at the ATK Arena in October here in Cape Town. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, and that's what you get with these double elimination brackets. My name is Sun Phoenix, and I'm joined by Terran Law. Terran, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm excited to see some more South African Overwatches. We've already had a great start to the weekend, and for sure more to come.
Yeah, hopefully. And why don't we take a look at where we are in the weekend, actually, since you've alluded to it. This is, as I mentioned, a double elimination bracket, and there are results throughout the day. Started off with the SG taking that 1-3 loss against Raiders, a bit of a surprise result there, in my opinion. And then we had EA Ducklings, Ethereal Ducklings, going 3-0 over the Raiders, and then Panda City Vanquish going 3-0 over Talons. And our match now is going to be Talons taking on Sinister Gaming. Should be an interesting match, Terran. What are your thoughts on the path these two teams have taken?
Yeah, so I think Talons kind of drew a short end of the stick. You're getting their first game up against Panda City Vanquish, who are one of the top two teams coming into this and one of the expected teams to qualify. Whereas you see SG had an easier time, going up against a newer team. They were able to show a bit more and maybe build up that confidence, even though it's a 3-1 loss. They got that map victory. A couple of them, those maps were very close, and in the end could have gone either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 3-1 is a poor reflection in some ways of what we saw in that match. I think SG were team fights away at times from taking the maps at various points, but really stellar performance from Raiders in that to actually pull through. And then, yeah, as you say, Talent's kind of outclassed by Ethereal Ducklings, but that is really to be expected given the strength of that composition. But let's take a look at the compositions we have today. In terms of our rosters, we'll start with the GZA Talents and take a look at who they are bringing to bear here. As we saw in our match 2 matches ago, there's going to be Nova Chrono and Jelly Baby on the DPS, Monroe on the tank, and Scarlet Wolf and Leilu on the supports. I saw Scarlet Wolf rocking the Juno a little bit earlier, but what do you think? I know you had the pleasure of casting this team a couple of matches ago, Terran, so where are you on Talents?
I think Talons definitely are one of the up-and-coming teams. Even going from Qualifier 1 to Qualifier 2, there's already a lot of improvements I've seen. This was a team that we came up against, and I could already see kind of the platforms building slowly but surely. And the big thing that I really liked from their side is the compositional theory that they had coming out. Yes, it wasn't the best execution, but the compositional ideas where they're playing Zarya with a Reaper Venture, something that we've seen quite often. And it's not, sometimes when you see these newer teams, they kind of play their own style and it doesn't really seem to make that much compositional sense. But Talons really have been putting in that effort, and it does show. Hopefully with this series they get more of that time to express how much time they've put in.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if they can do that up against their opponents today. It is going to be Sinister Gaming. They have, as we said, copped that loss to Raiders in the first match, but Kama and Loki, no slouches on the DPS. We have SG Flops as the tank, and Teddy and Jinxie bringing up the backline here as the supports. I think Kama on that Widow was absolutely a standout in that first map. I think you'll agree, Terran. We saw Flops being quite reactive, adaptable in that match against Raiders, often flexing to counter the opposing tank, not being too scared of running the dive either. So an interesting squad.
Yeah, and I think a lot more experience in terms of overall competitive Overwatch. Seeing Jinxie in competitive teams for quite some time now, and Loki as well recently playing for Vanquish. So definitely players who are used to this kind of climate, maybe are the big vocal points of this team, helping those less confident players express themselves.
Now we'll have to wait and see whether that helps them to success here. We are waiting to see our maps. Oh, there we go. Some faces, and by some faces I mean just the one face. Otherwise a lot of JPEGs. It's cool to see the cams of these people. Hopefully at the LAN in October we'll get to see some more faces here. But at the moment just Jinxie rocking the cam. Tyrion, I know you were on cam for yours as well, I think, for a little bit. Is it any different having the cam on you, even if it's just your own webcam at home?
I think it is a little bit weird, especially like in between matches, because at that point, like, you're very conscious of, oh, you're on camera. Whereas when you're playing, you're not going to be on the camera, so you focus completely on that. And then I think there's some fun that you can have with it as well. I mean, obviously we saw the whole hat meta. I had some fun showing off the rage quit mug, for example. So I think it has brought like a new dynamic, and like really brought out the personality in South African Overwatch.
Yeah, my mind goes to that Stalker moment as well, big character on the camera as well. So fingers crossed to see more people get involved. Of course, I understand that if we're not forced to, a lot of people are like, never in a billion years am I gonna voluntarily put myself on camera, but it's cool. Thanks to all of you guys who actually are engaging with that. We do have our map coming through, so it is going to be Samoa here for our first control map. Before we have a look at the map speech, why don't we throw up the graphic with all of our choices so we can get to see what they were choosing from. And it is obviously control maps to start off with. They end up going for Samoa here over Busan, Ilios, and Echo Point, Antarctica. So what are your thoughts on that choice of control?
I think Samoa is definitely an interesting map, and one that not a lot of teams might necessarily be used to, compared to something like Busan or Ilios. It's only been in the map pool it's been longer. It's like about 8 months, because I think it was last time was Overwatch League finals. So longer than I expected, but still, not as new as Busan and Ilios. So maybe some strats that they've got coming out there that no other team really is expecting, or it's just maybe they like the sound of Samoa.
Yeah, maybe they like the colors, maybe they like the layout, more broadly speaking. Can be any number of reasons. We do have our bans ready to go as well, I believe, so we can take a look at what each team doesn't want to play at. It is going to be Samoa, as we said. So bans, it is going to be the Ana, very interesting ban, but the Diva, I think you can take that to the bank that you're going to get a Diva ban at some point, so why not start off with that from Sinister Gaming. What are your thoughts on the Ana ban?
I think it definitely shows maybe more of a willingness to play towards something that gets punished a lot by the anti-nade. I'm thinking Junker Queen, Roadhog, Maga, those kind of things where maybe you don't want to necessarily only run that Kiriko for that Suzu, and even then when you have the Kiriko, it still can put you behind because it's a cooldown trade, and sometimes you'd rather have that cooldown to be more aggressive than defensive. So I think that's probably the angle that they're looking at. And obviously the Diva ban, I mean, we all know how strong Diva is right now. Yeah. And I don't see a reason not to ban her in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we're both kind of tank players, and I think... how do you feel about playing the Diva, Tyrion? I feel like I've watched you play quite a bit now, and I don't see you play the Diva too much.
I'd say, like, overall, since Overwatch 1, I don't really enjoy the playstyle of Diva in Overwatch 2 nearly as much. I think it's more definitely the playstyle, because Diva is more reactive, whereas I tend to prefer playing something like Winston or Jungle Queen, where it is a lot more aggressive, a lot more in your face, and just hold W kind of thing. So that's got a lot to do with it, more than not really comfortable in the Diva.
I feel like you were a DPS and main tank player in Overwatch 1, right? If memory serves. Yeah, and that tracks, right? You want to be the one making things happen. Whereas me as an off-tank player, I'm like, yeah, the Diva's great because I get to get a sense of the lay of the land in a team fight before I pounce, either aggressively or defensively. But we do have the teams hopping into the map now, and we will get a sense of what our compositions are. Interesting to see flops coming out on Azaria straight off the bat. Did end up flexing onto that a lot in the face of the Diva, but on the other side, we've got that Reinhardt. So they're going to be playing a brawl comp, a lot of speed boost on that Talons. They're looking to steamroll early here, Tyrion.
Yeah, it's as I said in like the last series, it's I just want to go in here. You've got the Lucia speed boost, then the June on top of that, and Ryan just wants to swing. And so far with the way these matchups started, I really like the Reinhardt comp into the Zarya. Obviously, neither team knows what the other is running.
That is true. Well, they're going to know in just a moment here as they move forward. And you can immediately see the aggressive position that Talons is taking up here, looking to put the pressure on them. Maywall not quite able to cut Zarya off there. Could be a little bit of a disappointment, but there's the extra additional speed boost. You couldn't do this 2 months ago in Overwatch 2. Now with the addition of Juno into the game, got that extra speed boost, got that extra opportunity to get aggressive, but they're pretty put under a lot of pressure here. Maywall needs to be used defensively perhaps. No, can use the ice block. Still looking to find a target here. Neither team has dropped a player just yet, but sorry, 100 charge, looking to put out the damage, pumping it out. And Maywall is used defensively. They will cap the point here on the side of GNZA Talons, and Zarya moving forward. Flops needs to be careful. It's got the bubble though, but you can immediately see the target called, the priority made, and now they move forward. He's ended up though, and Maverick will get taken down. Flops taking first blood here for Sinister Gaming, second blood as well, and Kama, he's going to pump the damage out on the Cassidy, and that's going to allow Sinister Gaming to move on forward onto the point. 20% to the good for Talons, but first team fight going the way of Sinister Gaming.
And that was a really clean team fight coming since the gaming then. Even though they give up point control, they made sure they were able to live the Reinhardt engage and eventually just overpower through Zarya charge.
Very, very impressive stuff there. A couple of ultimates coming up there. Duplicate almost at the ready. Trance, Graviton Surge, but not quite coming out here. Juno ulti will come out. Who knows what that's called? Not me, that's for sure, as they move forward onto the point here on the side of Talons. Can they find any more kills? Yes, they can. Kama finds himself at the wrong end of the Reinhardt hammer. And that's the end that puts the nail into the ground. And Talons, they nail this team fight to get back in control.
A little bit of a cluster curse there. You're saying how well they could play their first fight, since the gaming, to live, and then the second fight they just weren't able to get Zarya alive against that wall. But coming to the next fight, Graviton Surge, Duplicate, a lot on the line.
We'll have to see if they can get them together. They do have Leilu with that ultimate. They pop their ultimates down. They shatter. That's a team up, but Flops. He's got the damage. He's pumping it out onto the enemy backline. Takes down Wolf Krona, but they have lost Jinxie in the meantime. So Sinister Gaming, not everything going their own way here, but the res will come through. And that's just all the end of this team fight. Good work once again from Talents. A back and forth match so far, Terry. Neither team taking control for much more than one team fight.
Yeah, it's what you want to see, these back and forth gameplay. And a great grab of there from Flops. Identifying there's no Reinhardt shield there. I can easily beam down these targets. And even though the Shadow got a decent amount of value, it was just not enough.
Yeah, the kind of main target needed to be that Zarya. Even with shattering the rest of the team, Zarya just outputting too much damage into her own Graviton Surge. Loki needs to be careful. Knows the limits of his hero and gets back just in time. That is a very aggressive Reinhardt. Now they pop the May ulti, but Blizzard not going to find anything, but no, they do find Jinxie. But Kama, he gets rid of the enemy Reinhardt. Will the Zarya go down? No, quite dropping so low, but great healing from the Mercy, keeping the Zarya healthy, and that's going to help Sinister Gaming be the first team to take 2 team fights in a row, and that's going to allow them to take the lead here on Samoa.
Yeah, and a good time to stabilize as well, considering you invested all those ultimates. You don't have any on your own side to kind of defend, but this percentage should allow you enough time to build up those ults again, with Duplicate coming online very shortly.
We'll have to see if we're looking at done with it, but we're going to have to see. There is a Reaper ultimate potentially. Nice bubble, blocking the charge. Ooh, Mercy, to be careful, is careful. TP at the ready, should he use it there? Oh, Zarya dropping down. So much damage coming out from this team. They've used the amplification spell there from the Juno to take down a couple, and they managed to hold on to a few other ultimates. Critical ultimates still in the toolbox here for Talents.
Very clean team fight. Something you always want to see, winning with just that one ult. Especially when the enemy team is looking to come up on a lot of ults. But this Death Blossom I'm looking at to be big in this next fight.
Yeah, they're going to have their wits about them here, Sinister Gaming, as they push on through. They do put a little bit of damage onto Novacron. You can see not quite comfortable rounding that corner, looking for a big ulti. Gotta wait for them to push forward. And speaking of pushing forward, Novacron, that is a good duplicate. Big shot though onto the Bastion, which they have switched onto now. Kama will get taken down though. Loki, he is the Reinhardt. Can he find anything? Oh, here comes the Death Blossom. Bastion finds how many? Just the one. A great charge, saving the Valkyrie. Mercy there is going to keep Sinister Gaming in this one. Speaking of keeping them in it, there's going to be Talents popping that sound barrier, and that's going to help them get rid of Flops. This could be the end of the team fight if they can't get them up, and they will put the res out. The Blizzard comes through. The res not completed. Great work from Decaf here on the May. A great wall as well to try and take down this Bastion. That's a skill team fight and the map win for Talents.
And great secure at the end. They're looking to be very aggressive in that early fight, making it very difficult for that Bastion to enter. And if Bastion doesn't have time to really belt down on that Reinhardt, he's just going to lose the battle very quickly. And even though they get the cap on the point, Talons were able to get back there, regroup, have the ults online, and close it out.
Very, very impressive stuff here. But we're in for a show here, I think, Terry. The teams have been doing very well. I've just been informed that Juno's ult is called Orbital Ray. You could have given me a million guesses. I never would have guessed that. Taking a look at the compositions though here, Terry. Anything jumping out at you? Pretty much same for both teams in terms of what they ended on the last round.
Yeah, it's the only like big difference between the two teams is the Reinhardt versus the Ramattra. You know, something that's a bit more stabilized in the Reinhardt, where he can swing a bit more often, whereas Ramattra is a lot more about that tempo play, playing around that Nemesis form.
Yeah, like I said, Flops tends to be reactive, and Ramattra on paper the counter to Reinhardt, and that's how he likes to play. You know, he wants to have the compositional advantage here, and they are putting the pressure on. They do take down Decap, but the charge comes through onto Jinxie, a frustrating way to die, but she'll be happy to die if it means to take out the enemy Reinhardt, and they do just that. The Maverick going down, and that's going to allow Sinister Gaming take control of this first cap. The Maywall comes out, just a little sliver of a pathway through. Unfortunately, not going to pick up anything else, but great work from Sinister Gaming to take first control.
And Flops's slow there was incredible. You made sure that they just took so much damage on the approach, they couldn't get past it, and then by the time they wanted to push in, it was all over. But Jinxie goes down.
Yeah, that's a problem. No Lucio, not charging that ulti. This could be a problem for them here. A good immortality field keeps the team up. Will they get the Ryan? Yes, they do. Great start for Sinister Gaming in spite of that early loss of the Lucio, but can they find anything more? Leilu in the backline taking care of one of the supports. Needs to be careful not to go down here. Declef taking down the enemy tank, but there's a lot of players on point here for Sinister Gaming. They might not win the fight, but they will be able to buy time on the point here. Percentage ticking up all the time in favor of the red team. Can they find the kills they need to? Or is it just buying time? Decap will find one kill, Maverick finds another. That should be it. Drops down, but will bounce back up in a nick of time, and that's going to be at 50% to the good here for the red team. The Talons take control once again.
Yeah, I think a big cause there is you're losing both your supports, obviously Jinxie very early and then Teddy shortly afterwards. It meant that the Ramattra couldn't sustain itself on point, even though they had the tank advantage. But 49% to start off with, it's a good way to look at it.
Shatter could be critical here. They need to be careful. Flops especially. He's going to have to hold on to that shield and try and drop it. Will he get it? No, he's in. There's a huge shatter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count them up. And that's going to be it. Team fight 1. Just one ultimate really needed. They throw down the orbital ray as well. But that is definitely surplus to requirements. His talents take control once again.
Yeah, orbital ray definitely there kind of as a victory. More than anything.
Yeah.
It's massive. You know, there wasn't no shield on enemy team, so always going to be a big one.
You got to watch it on that Nemesis form if you're up against a Reinhardt with Shatter. If you are the Ramattra, but they've got Annihilation, they've got 4 ultis here, almost 5, ready to go, and they're going to start with 2 simultaneously. They need to find kills now. That is one onto Leilu. That's an important kill. Leilu not quite at the sound barrier yet. He does get taken down. So does Maverick. Loki goes down in the meantime here, but Decap just throwing in icicles from a distance. But you've got to get the sense that he's not long for this world. That is a ton of damage. The ice block will keep the May healthy for just a moment. Going to put themselves in the triangle here. That's a very stable engineering concept here, and I don't know if you know that, but what's going to be more stable is the Nemesis form here. Not going to find anything, but does allow them to recap the point. 75% almost. Pretty good for them. But this fight's not over just yet. They're set up around the corner here. They're waiting for the window to expire while they push on through. It doesn't look like it's just for the meantime.
Yeah, and unfortunately poor Leilu, got the mail thrown and then the bash on top of that. No surviving that one, just galloping to the fight.
Speaking of fight, they come forward here. Great sound barrier. It's going to keep the team healthy for quite a while here. The Blizzard over the top. Not going to be able to cut through that sound barrier. Can they find anything more? Nova Chrono pops one, but a big ulti from the Ramattra should be able to get the Reinhardt back. Yes, they do, but they've lost a few players in the meantime. But this is still in the favor of Sinister Gaming. 4-3, it looks like. They move on to the point now. It has flipped back towards Talon, so they'll be happy to draw this fight out if they need to. May on point here. Ice Blocky ready to go. Pops it now. Will not get taken down for the meantime, but likely to drop soon after. A great May will keeps them alive. Reinhardt there as well, so they will keep that May alive, and 92% on the clock. A lot of wasted time for Sinister Gaming.
Yeah, and this has to be final fight here. Coming into 3 ults when you only have none, this is going to have to be near perfect.
Yeah, they're going to have to find something here. Quick kill, some target prioritization. Have to be special. Orbital Ray does go down now. A lot of damage being pumped up. The team as well. on the front line, and that might be it. 2 already down. Soundbear popped as well. Sramatter is going to have to come and clutch it for his team, but he's got so little HP, so little support, and he will drop down. SG Flops taken to the grave here, and Sinister Gaming in big troubles. 2 supports versus the world here. We've seen supports do amazing things, but they're asking for a lot here. Someone's still staying alive. There we go, Blizzard will help them get that kill onto Teddy. Jinxie will drop as well. The point will flip 8%. The difference between the 2 teams here, and none of them are making their way towards the point, unfortunately. So that will be it here. Talons taking the 2-0 win on Samoa. A close match. The Talons too strong in the end.
Yeah, I think the big thing from Talons there is the ultimate usage overall was just a little bit better. They always had one in the chamber where at the very least when it came to those final fights, and you're always playing at a disadvantage going into a final fight. 3 ults versus none. Even though you saw Sinister Gaming with the advantage on both points throughout, they just weren't able to close it out in time.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we saw in the game against Raiders as well. Just 99% of the way there, but not able to carry themselves over the line in those clutch moments. So that's unfortunate for them, but putting up a pretty solid fight there. I think, the ult economy kind of just they always seem to have what they needed when they needed it on the side of Talons, but still a very fun match, very close match. Who's kind of stood out to you so far in terms of players on each team at the moment?
I think Decaf's contribution in that second round has to go, praise, because they stalled the point out for so much. I think they probably bought the team maybe 20 to 25%. Yeah. That's such a big difference because we're thinking about the ultimates. Maybe since the game coming to that fight, they lose 2-3 ultimates. Then they come in with their ults on. Like, we saw the BAP window built in that. It's such a big difference when you have someone who understands, percentages on, control points, even whittling down time, things like that. It just changes the dynamic of fights so well.
And I think the May was the difference between how they started the first map and the second map. It felt like, or the last fight, on the first map, was the ability for that May to cut off a few players. You could see on their first push, just barely not catching that Zarya with the first wall. But once you caught them out, that was the difference between dominating a fight and having a fight kind of drawn out and being a slow fight. So great work from Decaf, great work from Talons. Let's have a look at our map pool here and get a sense of where we might end up going for map number 2. Once Peach responds here. Beep to my to my producer here. We already know. I'm trying to build a story here. We do already know what the map is, but let's see what the options are. It is now ruined Peach. It's gonna be Dorado, spoiled. A popular map pick, it has to be said. Do you think Dorado favors either team? Do you feel like Sinister Gaming should thrive here?
I think, we saw them play on Dorado previously, and they won that map, as far as I remember. So definitely seems like something of a comfort for them. And maybe you can see they're more comfortable in things like that Winston, Diva, even Doomfist that can come out. Obviously, it's common to see Doomfist. And
All right, we should be back. Just had some technical difficulties. We'll blame the Discord Corporation for that. We should be pretty much ready to go here. Taryn, what were you saying about the bands, though? We kind of lost you there.
No, I was just saying towards the end that it's definitely a Dorado map that obviously favors Winston, and a map that I like playing on. But looking at May and Sigma, I think it's a bit of strange bans for Dorado personally. May maybe it can be made an argument for having like a spawn camp, but Sigma is not really something that common that you see because of the presence of dive heroes like Winston, Echo, Genji, and the like.
Makes sense. I see some people saying we are roboty, but hopefully that's all sorted now. We are about ready to jump into the next map, I believe, and we'll have to wait and see what we see here on this map. What are you expecting out of these two teams here going into map number 2?
I'd like to see dive, just because of the way that the map is played, and I think it suits teams who maybe aren't as tight-knit. Obviously with the brawl comps, it can be harder to all run in together, whereas with dive, it's at 3-2-1 dive, you all hit and then someone dies. It's always always the famous dive. Everyone enjoys it, and so far seeing that Winston makes me happy.
Well, we have seen Sinister Gaming run a lot of this dive. This is a comp they clearly feel like they can find success on. They weren't able to against the Raiders composition that was playing heavily around the Reaper and the Junkrat, but perhaps it might work a bit better against Talons here. It's going to be them this time that bring out that Zarya on the defense. We saw some great Lifeweaver play early in the day from Sinister Gaming's previous opponents. So have to see if we can get that. A Sojourn, a very interesting pick, and then Kama on the Widowmaker. I think that's a guy we've got to keep our eye on here.
Yeah, no, Widowmaker, it's long sight lines. It's great for her. Obviously, like for the Sojourn, she's going to need to be very careful. Doesn't really have the range to challenge the Widow, nor like the one-shot potential, unless you have that rail.
Yeah, kind of a tough matchup for sure. Shot immediately. Scarlet Wolf not really paying attention to the risk of a potential Widowmaker, and Kama taking advantage of that. Ooh, lucky not to get his head taken off then. Overthrown, needs to be careful, but there's a big angry monkey, not quite angry, a big monkey, let's say. A scientist rather, in there. Great shot, headshot. Follows up with the second. A shoulder shot, and that's another player in the grave here for Talons. And Kama so far just ripping the team apart here, thanks in no small part to this man right here, Flops, putting the pressure on, making space. Kama finds his third of the team fight. Loki this time, he'll take down Decaf, and while players come back in, the cart is moving forward comfortably here. Flops dropping low, needs to be careful. Good work from Jinxie though, supporting her main tank. The Zarya is so charged up, they need to be careful. Forced back, point taken. A perfect execution so far from our red team on the attack. Can they find any more? Yes, they can. Flops and Kama working together to take out two of these Talons players, and now they're going to find even more. That Lifeweaver out for the count here. Decaf, the only person who poses any threat, and threat no longer as he's taken down by Loki, who's cleaning up the backline so effectively. He needs to be careful here. That's a big charge on the Zarya. Will recall just to keep himself healthy, and that's going to be a perfect play. You want to dive, Terran? There's no better example.
Yeah, and they were also seeing the pitfalls of the Zarya in this kind of situation. She kind of left there wanting while the Winston jumps over her, the Widowmaker's taking out her supports, and maybe outside of a perfect bubble, there's not really much you can do. So seeing the swap onto the Diva is a really good shout.
That is a very risky pick here into the Widowmaker, but the Diva, as you say, a very good shot, allows them to counter off this monkey just a little bit and to counter off that Widowmaker. But it's going to be Loki who drops first. Scarlet finding the headshot to get rid of that pesky monkey in the backline. Oh, anti-heal popping on teammates, so not able to get it onto the Diva here. Pressure building onto Kama from the Pharah. Can they find the kill on the Pharah? Not quite just yet. Yes, they can. Kama gets that shot onto Decaf. Take down his countering hero. Great sleep from Eddie on the front line here. It's going to allow them to take down a couple. Will they find any more? Oh, Symmetra run down by Jinxie. Rally going. The players dropping here. Finds two. Does she find the baby Diva as well? No, not quite. Loki needs to be careful dropping here. But once again, aggression paying dividends here for our red team.
Yeah, and also perfect pocket there from Jinxie onto Kama. That Pharah dives in, even the Diva on top, and Jinxie manages to keep Kama alive, and as a result, Kama gets the pick onto the Pharah, and then from there, just cascade of picks.
Floundering is a word that we used earlier, Terran Lord. It was a Snowball who brought that in, and it feels like that's a bit what we're seeing from Talons here, struggling to find a composition that works. So this is the third tank that Maverick has picked now, just looking for a solution to this dive, and we'll have to wait and see if this man right here is the answer. So far, putting the pressure on a great mana boost keep the monkey in the fight. Now, when you're ulti, you need to be careful here. Has to be Corbin as well, but Kama, give him space and he'll give you kills, and he does just that. Loki even finds Nova Chrono. They're dropping like guys here, talent. SG rather. Too strong at this stage on Dorado. Can they find any more? Just the last man standing. Does end up going down. The ulti, not good enough. 4.5 minutes left. That's more time than you start with, Terran.
Yeah, it was a big snowball, and I think obviously very well played the gaming there, but Talons, I think a lack of discipline a lot of the time, when they're losing fights, they're not losing fights while contesting payload, so the payload is just constantly moving, and they don't really get those extra fights, on top of the fact as well, because they're making all these swaps, and they're having so few fights, they're not really building up the time to build up those ultimates.
Yeah, that's kind of the nature of SG's comp, right? They're taking fights way far forward. So unless you're going to be trying to move past the frontline players like Flops on the Winston, you're going to be taking a lot of pressure, or you're going to be fighting so far away from the point. And they can stick somebody like that Ana on the point. You can heal from the point, as well as put out utility and damage as well. So Sinister Gaming, that is a dismantling we haven't seen in a long time, and it bodes well for the rest of this map and the series here, as they are currently down 1-0. But Talents, their opportunity now to mount an attack of their own. They're going to bring out a dive of their own, a little bit more of a full dive with the Sombra alongside the Tracer. Then on the other side, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Exactly the same composition for Sinister Gaming.
Yeah, and I think for Talents, you're very much looking at that Widowmaker was a problem. Sombra Tracer it is. Try and make sure that even if she's not necessarily dying, she doesn't have the freedom. She always has to worry, is there a Sombra over my shoulder? Is there a Tracer coming up behind? Oh, the Winston's now diving me. So there's a lot of threat that Kama has to take into account.
That is true, but of course, he's only one man on this team, so that does give the opportunity for the rest of Sinister Gaming to try and find picks on the other side. DCAP dropping low. Also into the recall, they're quite early, and you can see them putting the pressure onto that man, but Nova Chrono, he goes down. Teddy finding that kill onto the Sombra, and that might be exactly what they need to try and secure this. Jinx not quite able to land the flare onto the Tracer, but it's good enough because her Tracer is doing so much work. No, let him go. That was Mercy right there. Counted up. He won't get Mercy much from Tracer players rather, as he comes back Loki and takes down his opposite number. So Talons still struggling here, but Sinister holding firm.
And I mean, we saw the dive come in, obviously was able to get the Widowmaker down, but not in enough time that they just got traded out, and then we saw Kama just straight up swap off the Widowmaker onto the Reaper, saying, I'm not playing your game, I'm just going to bully your tank.
Yeah, I really, really like that. Like, what now? What now? Come at me. I'll make lemonade. Yeah, see the Maverick. He's also switched up. He's not happy diving. He wants to draw instead. It is punch on here as Nova Chrono getting put under pressure there from the enemy back line, and now he's kind of looking for opportunities here. They've switched on to the Zen as well. Heal the Tracer! The Tracer's so low. Having to look after themselves. Decap there, or Scarlet Wolf hits one shot there. Will they find any more? No. Loki with some good tracking to get rid of the enemy. Kiriko is now dueling up against the enemy Tracer, but he's got the better of this. Unless the Tracer can get some help. No, not quite. Pulse Bomb goes in, not going to find a kill. Will instead get killed, but Kama finishes that kill onto the Maverick. So still working out for Sinister Gaming here. They're dropping players, but they're holding that point.
Yeah, I think like from now on, like it should be for Talents because they have this one advantage. But in saying that, they have to fight the high ground advantage, and there's not really much that can breach to the high ground outside of Tracer goes behind or Sojourn, or you try to wrap all the way around, which is going to take a long time without something like that Lucio or Juno.
Yeah, it's absolutely true here. You're kind of hoping, I suppose, as the Maverick, that they'll come down to you if you force the point for long enough, but you have to wait and see. The Monkey's kind of a great hero in the situation to hop down and hop back up and stay out of range. But there we go, a lot of work being put in. The Maverick immediately takes the flops. A Pulse Bomb coming in clutch there, and that's going to be, this is what the Maverick wants. He wants them down on the ground so he can introduce them to a 5-knuckle sandwich. I hope they're hungry, but they're eating good now, is to finally get some momentum on the score.
Yeah, a little bit, playing into the advantage of Talents and you're running into them with the Brigitte. I understand, obviously, you have the rally going up, you have a lot more HP, but it's not quite the Overwatch 1 Brigitte, but already Flops diving in.
Flops committing here, he does have the primal rage, he will pop that now, but Kama, he has the ulti, he pops that, takes down one, gets rid of the lamp as well, and will kill another. Mavericks are under so much pressure. A late transcendence. They are going to regret that big time, I suspect. With only 47 seconds of the clock, that could be trouble for Talons coming into this final push.
Yeah, and it's not looking great on the ultimate coming side. Obviously, on the opposite side, there isn't anything besides Pulse Bomb coming up, but you'd rather, as a defensive team, not have ults versus no ults as well, because you already have that defender's advantage.
Absolutely, you do. You have to take something special here. They've got the window, as you said. Window not necessarily a fight winner on its own in terms of, you know, impactful ultimates here. You be careful though. Dropping down into the Maverick's zone of control here. And now he's going to go into Nemesis form and start punching away here. Nowhere near his ultimate for the time being, but still dropping low. Needs to be careful. Needs to get healed up. Will get healed up. The lamp used defensively almost here. Trying to keep the tag alive. The big pulse bomb gets rid of Leilu. Loki finding that kill once again, but Scarlet Wolf avenges her fallen support brother here in the Maverick. He's going to get his punch on here on the front line. Takes down the enemy tank. Just 2 against 3 now. Can they find any more? The Lamp going to keep the team healthy rather, but they're not finding their skills, and the support will come back through. Finally, the Annie goes down. Then the Reaper, and that should be it. Is there anyone coming in to defend? Just off camera here to the bottom. I'm sure there's something happening. Maverick is punching out Jinxie, and that is going to be it. Talons finally capped his first ball.
Yeah, and obviously you mentioned that your window not necessarily the most fight-winning ultimate, but played a big part of that. Big plays from Scarlet Wolf, both with that window and the lamp, keeping them alive in that 3v2, making sure that there's no trades coming here. We're not taking any risk here, making sure we get the point and we can move on.
To see if they can build that, use that momentum now to push through. They don't have a great comp in terms of controlling the high ground. As I've mentioned before, you can see the way Sinister Gaming are set up on the high ground, ready to pounce. And Mikey can drop down without defending his cooldown and use that to get back up if he needs to. Loki, he's on the back line though. They're going in good coordination. The transcendence not being come out. A lot of healing onto that guy, but he comes in with the ultimate. The Death Blossom takes down 2. Just the Lamp. Will they find any more? Will it matter? Chrono taken out as well as Sinister Gaming. Perfect execution of the dive.
Yeah, no, perfect time. You're coming in with the rally, and because everyone's looking at this Brig and the Monkey, Reaper comes in. No one knows that he's there. Big ultimate, and from there it's just clean up.
Very, very well played from Sinister Gaming. It's a different Sinister Gaming that we saw on the first map, it almost feels like. But this seems to be their map. The same thing happens against Raiders, where they dominated on Dorado. Go ahead and see if they do end up taking this map down. As now they dive in once again. They've spotted out the Zen. You can see the plan here. Get on top of that set. Take him out. The Lamp will keep him alive, but not for long. The Monkey has his ultimate available. Up the nano boost, there's an angry Ramatra in their backline. Annihilation, pop the sleep, not on the money here. The Reaper not going to be in any danger here. Now there's an angry Monkey there in the enemy backline. Sinister Gaming getting aggressive here. 1, 2, 3 shots onto the Baptiste. Not going to take him down, but forces him back to safety. As Flops finds one in the enemy backline. He's so low, he's getting healed up, but not enough. As Kama comes back into the team fight, takes down Decaf, so forcing them back once again. Sinister Gaming, hold firm. Will they find any more? Will they need to? Not quite just yet. Here comes the window though. They're looking to find a couple of picks here while they've got the numbers advantage on the side of Talons. Can they find anything else here? Pushing forward. Just getting set up on the high ground here, but they're looking to find these kills. Steady has to back up for the meantime.
Oh, the Pulse Bomb, that's huge. That's a chance out the fight.
Absolutely huge. A big anti as well. Onto Talons, gets a shot onto Decaf. Didn't even realize it. That's the kind of player he is, killing people on accident. That's going to be it here. A great teamfight execution from Sinister Gaming. Typical of their performance on Dorado so far. And they will equalize the series up. Terran, this is a different team to what we saw on Samoa.
Yeah, very clean player. Then we saw your Flops on that Winston, I think, providing such a strong front line. Something where he feels very comfortable on. You're making sure that he's always putting pressure on that BAP, on that Zen, on the Sojourn, meaning, some, like, Karma here can just reign free, when it was on the Withermaker, on the Reaper, as we saw. And it makes such a big difference when you've got a Winston player who understands what their targets are.
Yeah.
Because even if he's not necessarily, picking a target off every fight, if he's making everyone look at him, and then the Ramatra can't really play forward because his team's looking at a Winston, it becomes so much easier.
What are your thoughts on the Ramatra in that composition? Not typically an anti-dive tank, I feel like. felt like he was ended up surplus to requirements for the most part, and not really keeping his team healthy against that dive or putting pressure on the enemy backline.
Yeah, I think Remacha, just on a map like that, if you don't have easy access to high ground, it's very difficult for him really to do much, because yes, he has some decent poke damage, but it's difficult for him to access his high ground with that poke, and they can just hide if they take damage, and then you have an Ana Brig sitting on high ground, you can't really touch them, and then when you want to try maybe chase after someone else, the Reaper's fading away, Winston's jumping out, so there's not really that many targets for you to punch. It can be played, it's definitely possible, but it requires, I think, definitely something more like that, Lucio, so it allows you to get around to point to chase down those targets, or just to take control of those high grounds.
Yeah, allows you to be a little bit more nimble on that Ramatra. Let's take a look at the map pool quickly, see where we might end up going here. If we can swing that with our producer here. There we go. We are now heading over to the hybrid map pool. A lot of familiar faces here. I think Numbani jumps out at me here, Blizzard World as well. It is now going to be Talon's map pick here. Any thoughts on where you would like to go if you were Talons?
I think you probably want to avoid any kind of dive-oriented map, so that most likely eliminates. You're probably looking Pereso, Numbani. Blizzard World's a bit of a toss-up, because I think there's a lot of variety there, whereas Midtown is probably your safest bet. I think while dive is playable there's a lot of other compositions that you can play, especially on first point, where it's very difficult for that dive to enter.
Yeah, I think that's a smart call, try and find a place where dive isn't good. We often talk about teams playing into their own strengths, but there's something to be said for countering out what your opponent's comforts are as well. And we saw how much better SG looked with that dive composition than they did on Samoa. We are waiting for the teams just to get their map pick sorted here. As we said, it is going to be Talon's map pick, and that's kind of the fun part of these tournaments, is that you try and encourage comebacks without any like super intense gimmicks, where the losing team gets to say, right, balls in our court, let's pick the map that we think will help us excel. So we'll wait and see what there is. Thoughts on where things are at the moment in terms of both teams kind of back and forth? Are you favoring either team at the moment, or do you kind of feel like 1-1 is a pretty solid reflection of where the match is at the moment?
I think it's a pretty fair reflection. Overall, I'd say I'm more leaning towards Since the Gaming with how dominant that Dorado looked.
Yeah.
Yes, obviously it's a different, like maybe not a composition you can run on every map, but the first map was very close. One fight either way could be a 2-0 in Since the Gaming's favor. So in these situations where there is a more dominant map, I favor the team that took that map. Obviously, there's a lot of room for talents, on their map pick. Maybe that's not a map they're comfortable on. You could see they weren't really sure exactly what they wanted to play, how they wanted to play, so that could just be the main issue, and now they're getting the map that they want.
Well, the map that they want now is Numbani. That is what they think their strongest hybrid map is. I feel like it's a pretty strong dive map, Taryn. You tell me if I'm wrong or not, but at first point especially, we've seen a lot of success with dive, both on attack and defense. So, a bit questionable, I suspect, from our perspective at least, in terms of what Talon is picking.
Yeah, I think maybe you're looking at an angle where you can probably come out on the D.Va to start off with. Okay. I think D.Va, again, can be that neutralizing factor to that Winston, and D.Va has a bit of an easier time on Numbani, especially compared to Winston, because she can move between the high grounds a lot easier. Winston, his cooldown's a little bit longer. And that's why, in Dorado, it's not as important because you don't have to be on as many high grounds in a short span of time. So maybe that's something they're saying, okay, we can take advantage of a D.Va here, or maybe even something like a Torbjorn. From time to time, you've seen teams on defense, even while running a dive, play that Torbjorn, put that turret up, and then it sits there for good 2-3 minutes just waiting away, making it difficult for any team to dive in.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if they do bring that to bear here. But we do have our bans. Talons with a reactive ban here, it has to be said, against Loki's Tracer, trying to cripple some part of that dive, you'd have to suspect. They do take out that Tracer, and then Sinister, they go for the more meta pick. They take the Lucio out. Haven't seen a ton of Lucio. He's played a decent amount on Samoa, I think it was. Especially that second map, both teams running the Lucio, but kind of trying to cripple the Brawl. So both teams kind of targeting what they think their opponent's strongest playstyles are.
Yeah, I think, like, even though Lucio maybe not the best hero for Numbani because you don't see that Brawl as much, but it is something that can come out, and maybe they're saying, okay, we've seen that they're strong on this composition, so we want to make sure that if they do want to run it, it's not going to be out. Because, especially looking at third point, that's somewhere where you start to see that teams veer away from that dive and look at things like Ramatra, Junker Queen, Zarya, because it's a bit more flat, there's not as many high grounds to abuse, and like the sightlines aren't as long as what you're looking at on first or second point.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Karma can find... Yeah, Karma he switches off onto the Ashe here. But it is going to be dive, of course, the Tracer out, so Loki instead brings out the Genji. I actually quite like the Genji on this point, but can be very, very hit and miss. Can the Cyber Ninja. On the other side, a Brawly comp sans Lucio, so it ends up kind of being a fairly static comp, it has to be said. They've got the save, and they bring the Juno instead as a kind of pseudo Lucio replacement.
Yeah, I think it's something that you have to do if you are running the Reinhardt here. Definitely very possible you can play along this high ground, and it's very difficult for the other team to access the opposite high ground.
Yeah.
To start off with, obviously, like Winston can dive there, but does Winston really care? Maybe Ashe is a bit of a problem, but overall, if they want to take this high ground on the brig, it's going to be nigh impossible.
Yeah, we're going to push up here on the short high ground, and as soon as they get up there and see what they're facing, you should probably back out and try and find another route, because you're not likely to push through against this composition up that high ground. Genji is putting the pressure on here, may fixate it on, he needs to be careful here because he might miss the opportunity to wall off here. Monkey goes through, goes out, but there's the wall and now they can move forward. Be careful though, good anti-heal, Sleep not on the money here. The Monkey is still in the back line here. Need to get rid of him. Nobody's looking at him except the they've decided the Monkey's not worth worrying about, and they may well be right here. A lot of pressure, but they have taken the first tick on the point. Good work from Sinister Gaming here, and they find anything else here. They're looking to kill this Juno, who will beat a hasty retreat, but Karma will track them down and take them down as well. Be careful here, losing players left, right, and center. Last man standing is that Reinhardt. He will get taken down, not last man standing, because there's still a Mei on the point here. Not long for this world here. The ice block out and already done. A good wall will keep them alive, but a slow and painful death for the Mei, as that's going to be it for this first point, unless they look to come back in one more time.
Yeah, I think a lot of indecision there from Talons. Do we want to push it on the brig? Do we want to punish the Winston? And they kind of got caught in two minds, and even letting the Genji cap, it just made that they didn't really get a good foothold in that fight.
Oh, 77 HP is more than he needs to get out of here. Flops doing good work for his team there. Anti-heal now down. He'll use defensively, not sure I quite like that, but now he's going to move forward. He's got the Primal Rage as well, and he's going to put the pressure on the charge. Not quite able to take him down for the time being, but the Monkey really finding value. A good anti-heal. He's going to have to get out once again on just a sliver of HP here. Maverick recognizes that he can move forward. Once again, Sleep comes out, doesn't get... What a stun! Jinxie with the rally and the shield bash, stunning out the Reinhardt. Maverick, he'll be... Oh, you know how that feels there, and that's the worst feeling as the world is now. He gets pushed back and taken down. The rally coming in clutch here for Sinister Gaming as they look to recreate their performance on Dorado with a quick push through Numbani.
Yeah, I think the massive credit got to go to both supports in that fight. First, the anti-nade from Teddy, making it that Maverick couldn't really push, and then he decides, maybe I'll look for the shatter, but Jinxie's instantly there to counter with the rally. And it just meant that all that pressure was just gone.
Oh man, that sucks. They're even going to get the full cap here on second point. They bring out the Orisa here. Not going to be able to get the touch, unfortunately. So going to have to get set up on this back corner here. Sleep comes out. Orisa going to take a short nap there as well. Loki playing so aggressive here around the corner on the front line. Needs to be careful. They've got a few ultimates here at the ready on the side of Talons. They need to stop this push. They need to regain some momentum here. We're going to have a repeat of what we saw on Dorado here from Sinister Gaming. Got this Mei out, the Blizzard. Can they find an opportunity? They are playing up into the Genji ultimate here. Loki holding on to that one. Maybe he wants to use it on the next push, or otherwise just waiting for an opportunity to do it. They throw the wall out. They throw the Blizzard in. Do they find anything? No. Both DPS managed to get out of there, but They get tracked down here, Kama, by the Maverick, but there are players on point now. They have to get back. They have to try and clean things up. But a great ultimate from Novachrono finds one, does a lot of damage to the Winston as well. Primal Rage comes out as well, but you get the sense this fight is over, and that ultimate is thrown away here. I wonder if we won't see him switch Terran, but that's going to be a Talons finally getting some purchase here on Numbani.
Yeah, a big fight that you need to stabilize. You make sure that you don't really let the steamroll keep going. It was a bit of a weird choice for the on the break to dive behind, but I'd even like to see that Winston swap because it is very difficult, one, against this composition, and two, on this part of the map.
Yeah, no way really to dive without going over the top here, and you could go over the top with any hero really, as Kama finds the kill onto Novachrono. That's a pretty big kill. That allows Winston to get aggressive here. A great double, keeping the team separate. Here comes the ultimate here. To take a nap, old lady. It's time for bed as Loki looks to find more, but won't find anything else here. Just the one kill. Scarlet Wolf was taken down there by her opposite number as Loki. Finds another kill onto Decap. A lot of pressure flops, dropping low, kept healthy by his supports. Great work from the Sinister Gaming backline. Once again, keeping that monkey healthy here as Orisa just not able to find those kills on the enemy front line. They've got her ultimate ready to go though. Can they find anything with it? Have to wait and see here. There's a monkey in the backline here. Novachrono happy just to set up on the point, but backline is dying. They pop the Cassidy ultimate not to find anything though. They have lost their main tank flops on the side of Sinister Gaming as they get pushed back now by Talons. Finally, Talons once again finding an opportunity to hold firm here on the third point.
A very long fight is something interesting that happened. There was the tree blocking the Genji in with the Orisa. Somehow Genji did manage to worm his way out, but a nice little play. I think it's always great to see like these livelihood trees where you don't really think of it as that impactful of an ultimate to see them try and block people in. But here comes the rally.
It's like a budget wall that costs way more as an ultimate, but as you said, the rally does come through. Loki, though, he'll be the first one to drop here. The Reaper dropping low, but a good nade will keep him healthy here. Primal Rage once again coming out here, but there's a lot of damage forthcoming from this Talon squad, so they'll have to be careful here. The monkey, as he is forced back here, Sergeant flops, or SG flops rather. Oh, another big anti-heal onto the Orisa. She's so low. Monkey needs to be careful, though. There's a Bastion in the mix, dropping low, is taken down. Decap finds that kill, and that should allow them to pick up a few more. There's one more, the bomb, to pick up a third, and that should be a Talon once again. 2 minutes on the clock, slowly burning the defense down.
Yeah, and we're going to see that swap into the Diva. Maybe not the best choice, definitely better than the Winston here. You could just see like the struggles of the Winston is on this point one and into the composition where he primals, but everything is looking at him. You've got the Bastion, the Reaper, the Orisa. His HP just falls in moments, and the team can't really support him because there's just that much damage.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, but he has switched up now, which is good to see. I like the Diva here. I always like the Diva. Very strong character. I'll have to wait and see what flops can get done here. They are fighting into the Orisa ultimate here. In fact, 5 ultimates available for Talon, so this could be an explosive team fight for our defensive team here as they look to try and burn more time off the clock. Just a minute left here. It's going pretty well for them. Big aggressive play. The Nano Boost comes out immediately. Decap taken down. Lenu as well. Can they find any more? Yes, they can. Novachrono goes down as well. But Maverick fights 2 in return. And they find any more. Great Javelin takes down another. The Maverick standing firm here. Golden now, not just in practice, but playstyle as well now. As here comes the ultimates from spawn. Throw out the artillery. Not going to find anything, but does put out the damage. Maverick putting the pressure on. They want this Anna, but the Diva making it so hard. Eventually they get it down, but they do trade out the tank. But I think they've done enough here, Talent, to force Sinister Gaming back, but maybe not. There are 4 players alive. Player take a nap there, don't worry. There's always time for a nap here. It's important to get a good night's rest, but now they push on forward. They come around, they have spotted the target, and it is going to be that Anna putting them under pressure, but good response from the team. The peel is there to keep the Anna alive for the meantime, but that is a big self-destruct. This could be trouble. The Anna's dead. No, but they do take down Novachrono as well. So now it's a 3v5 Anna, or Diva rather, remix as well. They rally so good here from Jinxie, as we've seen throughout the series. Anywhere close to an ultimate? No, the Maverick goes down. That's pretty much everyone dead. And that's all said and done. 2.5 seconds left on the clock, Terran. A very minor time remaining, but so important to have it in the bag.
Yeah, always getting, even just that 0.1 of a second can make such a big difference on maps like this. But I think overall the big thing looking there is Sinister Gaming coming out a lot of the time with their ultimates were just a lot more proactive. Even though GNC Talons had 5 ultimates, they kind of waited. They were more reactive, and it made it very difficult for them to hold. Obviously, they get the hold for a little bit thanks to the Maverick, showing why Orisa is the defender of Numbani. But ultimately, the Nano Blade opened up the fight. Then you saw, that they go in onto the backline while you're still sitting on that coalescence. Maybe you could have seen that come out a little bit sooner, put a little bit more pressure, and maybe you see the Diva DMAC a little bit sooner. Things like that can really start cascading to that defense.
I kind of feel like that's a reflection of their composition, though, right? Their composition felt very reactive. The Orisa ult is kind of a reactive ultimate. Orisa is a hero, kind of a weather the storm and bend and then flex back to put pressure on the enemy team. But I completely agree with you. Very reactive stuff here. But now Talons have an opportunity to do some attacking of their own, and they're going for a very interesting composition here. Kind of a brawly composition with that Zarya against Scarlet Wolf on the Juno in lieu, you'd have to say, of the Lucio. Then we've got the dive. We called the Torbjorn as well. Terran Kama going to bring that to bear.
Yeah, and I mean, the classic Torbjorn turret spot, obviously he's not really coming up against that dive, but against the low-range composition, it could get a lot of value.
Yeah. Wait and see here. Nobody really in a good position to take that tower down, as you say. But Monkey realizes his mistake here. Does a good job at a huge anti-heal. How many did that hit? Loki finds 2 here on his own. Will he get killed? No, he won't even go down. Such good work. Oh, as I say, the precious there, but the healing is good. He finds the kill onto Decaf. Flops takes out Nova Krona. And that's going to be it for the first push here. Sinister Gaming. Very strong on the defense.
Yeah, massive anti-net to start that fight. Even though you have the bubbles to potentially cleanse it, it was just so fast. You had the anti-net, Genji dashes in straight away, and there's no reaction in time for that Zarya to bubble before 2 of their members have gone down. But potentially coming to this fight a little bit sooner, but I think they need to wait for 5.
They did manage to take a tick in that fight, which I had not noticed at the time. So that is actually a very, very positive thing. All Talons, Jinxie dropping low, good healing here. The great Maywall cuts them all. Sergeant Plop says, you guys handle this one. I'm going for a swim here as he sends himself off the side of the map. Jinxie, though, doing damage here on the Brigitte. New tank. No, never mind. Maverick says, get out of my face, please. But they are getting kills here. But Loki, he drops as well here. They're buying time, buying space, hoping that the monkey can come back. But it's not going to be good enough here. Second tick taken up. Turret looking to drop, and that's going to be it here for the first point. Talons make short work of it on their second fight.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Flops. Diving a little bit too far. I think we've all been there thinking, oh yeah, you can recover this, and then it's just that slow fall into sadness.
Slide down the side of the map.
Yeah. But it happens. I think, as you said, we've all been there. It's still a solid hold, not the amazing hold that you would definitely go for, but burning a couple fights off the clock is always good.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're set up nicely here with the dive for second point. You saw how good their attack on second point was since the gaming, so I have to hope for their sake they can recreate that on the defense here. Lots of damage going in, and immediately Flops recognizes that and goes in on their own now, but not able to stick around for too long here. There's a lot of damage forthcoming here from the Talon squad. And Maywall just going to cut them off. A big anti-heal once again to May dropping low. But I think that Juno Matrix, Speed Matrix, keeping them healthy there. I think they might be looking to nano that Genji and go in with the Nano Blade, but not able to do so just yet. Once again, they use defensively there to try and keep the monkey healthy. Does so for the time being, and now he will go in now that he's got full HP. They're bending very nicely here. The Maverick going aggressive around the corner to take down Loki, and does so. So no Dragon Blade coming through on this fight at least, as once again Flops just going back towards his team. I really like the way he's playing this dive in and out like a thief in the night here, but will he be able to steal another kill here? Not quite. Oh, overlapping the nano there. Not quite what you want to do with the Primal Rage. Jinxie, though, will jump in and get rid of Decap with the flail, and the monkey, angry monkey in the back line, bullying them, but they're not going to find any kills with that, and now they can move forward. Genji is back. Genji does have Blade. He's been holding on to it for quite a while now. They've got the attack visor as well, but there's a big angry Zarya in their face. Flops dropping low, is taken down. Yes, Maverick secures that kill. Can they find any more? Does he choose to throw the ulti here? They'll try and hold on to it if they can, but they might be forced to use it here with 4 players still alive for the red team on the defense. Loki dropping low, 1 HP, not able to get him. Yes, Leilu gets that kill, and that should be it for second point. Sinister Gaming struggling really to secure kills in that team fight.
I think you're kind of finding times where they're not really together. You see Loki goes in and then Flops a few seconds after. You need to make sure that you're coordinating your times. Even if you're not fighting the same hero, at least you're at the same time. So both aren't really as much under pressure. But that being said, Flops is doing a great job with these dives.
Hey, whoops, close your eyes, avert your gaze, nothing to see here, but Jinxie says, oh, come on, dude, I'll throw you a bone here, set you up with a one-man gravitic flux, or graviton surge rather, but unfortunately for them, not working out. They secure that kill onto Jinxie, but that's going to be it here. So an expensive team fight, Blizzard and Nano Boost thrown out there, graviton surge, but not finding anything for it.
Yeah, and it's a big combo that just goes by the wayside. You lock a couple people down, there's Blizzard on top of that. They're never leaving, but unfortunately, it just didn't hit the mark quite. But they're still coming in with 3 big ultimates that can easily turn the next fight.
Have to wait and see if they can secure that. Yeah, one of those big ultimates is Decaf with that Death Blossom here, or facing up against the Monkey. This is not where Monkey wants to be. Only 50% towards the ulti, TPing in. Will he pop the ulti? Yes, he does. Does he find anything? No. Great work once again from Teddy. Got the Nano Boost now, ready to go as well. Nano's Jinxie to keep her alive and to allow her to put the pressure on here. Not going to find any kills just yet, though. They have fired the Orbital Ray in there as well. Scarlet Wolf trying to keep the team, trying to allow the team to do some damage, but no, it's Teddy and Jinxie, the supports, carrying the team here as they stabilize things for Sinister Gaming once again. 2 minutes 30-ish on the clock here. Talent struggling to get over the line.
Yeah, these sleeps this weekend on Reaper ults have been so clutch. Another time, another one. You're finding its mark at the perfect time. Potentially, that could be the fight winner. But instead, they hold on another 30, 40 seconds off the clock.
Maybe even more if they take another team fight win here. Flops has switched onto the Zarya. We saw him do a lot with that hero against Raiders. We know he's comfortable on it. Compared to get the serious Zarya. Coalescence in the backline here, aggressive. I'd love to see this put on some friendly players, but no, he's decided that this is a DPS out here. But meanwhile, Zarya dies, in fact, as Flops takes down his opposite number, Loki, with the reflect kill onto Decap, and that's going to be it. No else committed there, thankfully, or talent other than that Coalescence. But once again, Sinister Gaming holding firm.
And I think there's showing like the weakness of the flank Coalescence. Yes, obviously you get a lot of pressure onto that Bastion, but that does mean your Zarya is lacking a little bit because she's thinking, oh, we've got that Coalescence we can push, but then, Moira's not there to heal, and she ends up going down. Also, deflect kill from Loki onto the Bastion.
Yeah, I'm sure the Bastion didn't kill themselves there. I'm sure that was a teammate. At least we'll go with that for now. But 60%, no bubbles remaining for the Zarya, but does have the ultimate. She wants that Genji so bad. He's not going to find it. Should use it now, I think. Perhaps just wants a little bit more charge here. There we go. That's it. There we go. There's the grab. 1, 2, 3 people in it, and a lot of kills. This is exactly what they needed to try and push through here. They've got the Blizzard for anybody that comes through as well. So this should be it. Your talents should take control. Just under a minute. So critical once again, these checkpoints here in terms of timing in this map mode. So they will get the cap, but it will be defendable. 2.5 seconds keeping them in the game here, Terran.
Yeah, and I think that just the Graviton Surge, you're hitting 3 on top of the nade just meant that there's no survivor. You don't have a defensive ult. Even something like a Transcendence wouldn't help you. You'd need something like the Sound Barrier, but was a little bit, iffy in terms of the ult usage, but being able to, clutch it out, getting that extra time, yes, it's not a lot more, but a minute 52, it can be the, 1 or 2 fight difference that you would need.
Yeah, I think it's a difference between 1 fight or 2 fights and 3 fights, yeah. Or 1 drawn-out fight and 2 drawn-out fights. So Sinister Gaming, they're going to have to be sharp on this attack. If it's not working, bail early and set up for your next one. Don't try and, squeak a 4v5 into a teamfight win, because you will burn all your time on their attack. So we'll have to see what Sinister Gaming can do if they can crack this Talon's defense. And to their credit, Sinister Gaming, they did pretty well on their first attack, and we'll have to see if they can recreate that here in the second one. Composition here, no changes really for Sinister Gaming. The support line is quite different, but they will be playing behind that Winston. On the other side, though, the Sigma comes out, banned on Dorado, but seeing some play here on Numbani.
I think this could be definitely a map where Sigma is viable. You can still damage on both of the high grounds depending on where you set up, and they're looking to be that very defensive setup. You got the Torby on the Bastion, Baptiste Sigma. They want this dive to come into them so they can punish it straight away.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They can set up behind a shield somewhere, perhaps, and two shield brothers here, two turrets, as it were. But Flops immediately takes down the one turret. Bastion playing hyper aggressive there, but he's got the shield. Really good play from them. Kama found a nice angle here, kind of behind the shields. TP onto point, not sure who that is. It is Loki looking to take down the Torbjorn. He finds a Torbjorn, a very important kill to start off with. I don't think the Torb had a turret out either. Karma dropping low, goes back for the healing. They're set up nicely here on point. A tick could be so critical here if they can get it, but Loki will drop the Bastion, putting out too much damage. But there we go, that tick is taken, so something to play for here. Even if they lose this one out, Sinister Gaming is now, and we want to point. Pressure is building. Can they find anything else? No, not quite yet, as they look to put the pressure on the Bastion, onto the high ground. Karma putting out the damage. They're not finding the kills though, Sinister Gaming. Pressure is just building and building, but eventually Decap, he's the one that falls, but Maverick is on the point here. Decap raised up, the Mercy in play, and coming in clutch with the Valkyrie now as well, keeping Maverick alive. Or can they get that kill? No, they can't. They're committing so much onto the enemy tank, but it's not working out for Sinister Gaming as Maverick closing in on his ultimate. They've got the Bastion ultimate as well. They need to get bodies on the point, and they do just that. As we see the Bastion ult, any kills? No, but a lot of damage here. They find 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be it here. Talons mounted defense here, but Sinister Gaming managed to take that first tick.
Yeah, that tick is definitely very important. It gives them that win con now. But you've got to give massive credit there to the talent supports. Keeping the Maverick alive on that point for so long. The res on the Bastion meant that they just didn't have the numbers advantage at any point really in that fight, despite that early pick on the Torbjorn. And that control of that high ground meant so much. Even though Sinister Gaming played on point, they just couldn't get anything else.
Yeah, they kind of were struggling to secure kills, it felt like, and it's kind of the nature of a chaotic situation like that. If your support's on the ball, they can keep people alive for quite a long time. So I think Sinister Gaming will be pretty happy that they managed to get something out of it. When you've only got one push, you're always happy to take something out of that one push on a map like Numbani. But now they're coming with the defense. They've got 2 minutes to try and hold here. And what do? They bring the Bastion out and they bring the Junkrat out. What do you think of this defensive composition here from Sinister Gaming?
I mean, I think obviously we saw the power of the Bastion. I think Junkrat, if the enemy team is looking to go up that small corridor up the steps, can be very powerful. Even underneath a lot of small crevices, obviously they go main. It's a bit more difficult, but the Diva especially I really like for this point because they just need that one tick. So maybe the enemy team looks to force point, and Diva is one of the best heroes at stalling out points.
Yeah, I completely agree here. And if she can build up towards that ultimate, that second life can be so important, on top of the fact that might be able to secure a cheeky kill or two as well. But she is playing into the Zarya, can use that high ground. Wow, that's a lot of damage from the Junkrat. Watch yourselves on the way through here. Healed up nicely. Ooh, big trap onto the Zarya. Not going to find any damage after that though, but Jinxie finds Nova Chrono. First kill down, that could be so critical, but they get that return kill onto Loki's Junkrat here. The Diva needs to be careful here, trying to block the beam, but obviously cannot do that. So they will get back and get set up here. This is very good for Talons though.
Yeah, no, it's a great start. Like, you're getting that trade, you have that spawn advantage, now you're getting into position with this Reaper and Zarya.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage tearing the Maverick finds Karma, but Jinxie takes down the Maverick. That's so critical. Can they get onto that? Yes, they can. Teddy goes down. Anna now under pressure. Decap dropping so low, but it's the blue team picking up the kills here. This is working out very well for Talons. Can they push forward here? Can they find the kills they need to? No, they can't. Decap taken down, but Loki drops as well. A real back and forth fight here. 77 to the ult, not able to get it up. Baby Diva gonna look to build up towards that ult, keep them alive, and they could really bring you the world here. Flops, but he's dropping so low and he will go down. The R players coming back in now. A lot of red players, but Scarlet Wolf, she's popping off. 1 kill, 2 kills. Can't she find any more? Does she even need to? There's somebody on the point here. Needs to be careful. Scarlet Wolf dropping down, does take him down. Jinxie finds that kill, but will pay with her own life. Avenged by the blue main tank Maverick. He's angry now. He's got 30% charge only. That's going to be enough to secure 2 kills and secure the point as well. Talons take the 2-1 lead.
And a very good approach, to trying to take that point. They said, look, even though we lose that one, we've got this position to get to that high ground, get close onto that Bastion, and burst them down before they could really react. And from there, we saw a lot of trades back and forth, but because of defenders' advantage, attackers' advantage in this situation in terms of spawn, they were just able to close out. And as you said, like Scarlet Wolf putting a lot of healing and damage out just to make sure that no one could really live for long enough on the enemy side, and her teammates were able to.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. But doesn't get much closer than that outside of a draw, which was on the cards for a while there. But that tick kind of making the difference there in terms of meaning we were guaranteed to get a result. And it was kind of a game of inches in a lot of ways. Yes, 52 seconds versus 2 seconds on the final count for the third point. But both teams fighting tooth and nail here, and it's worth remembering, guys, this is a lower bracket match. That means the loser of this series is out of the tournament. That's their last chance, as the name would imply, to qualify for the LAN at the end of in October. That's their last chance gone. So there's a lot on the line here, Taryn.
Yeah, and a big map coming up next year. Obviously, you get the map pick as well, but I think that on Sinister Gaming side, you should be confident in yourselves. You've shown a lot of strength in that dive. You just now got to figure out, okay, what are they doing to counter our dive? Make it harder for our Winston to really get that value, and maybe make some adaptations around that. You can still look to keep that Winston, but maybe look at something more akin to like a Pharah, an Echo that puts a lot more aerial pressure that aids that Winston's dive, or even go back to a map where you can play that Widowmaker where we saw Karma really take over.
Well, let's see what that next map is going to be. For map number 4, potentially match point as far as GNZA talents are concerned, and Sinister Gaming taking us on to New Queen Street. Now, the last time we saw Hybrid, or Push rather, was against Raiders, and Sinister Gaming got absolutely cleaned out. That was the fastest push map you'll ever see in your life, so they'll be hoping that they can put up a bit of a better fight here against GNZA talents. We'll have to wait and see what the bans are, but are you feeling like Sinister Gaming will excel on this map? Of course, push maps are, let's be honest, kind of much of a muchness in terms of the difference between the maps.
Yeah, I think probably New Queen Street out of all the maps is the most open and most long range. It's definitely times where we've seen a lot more comps towards like Sigma, but more pokey compositions. That is something that lends a bit more towards the dive as opposed to, Esperanza and Coliseo, while they're the more common maps to pick. I think a lot of teams, or a lot of players, when you ask them, in between your push maps, what would you rank as the worst? It's New Queen Street a lot of the time. But this could be the situation of, look, a lot of teams don't necessarily enjoy this map, they probably don't play it as much, so maybe we have a leg up because we have practiced that. It's difficult really to tell behind the scenes, but I can see the logic and reasoning behind maybe looking for that map where you can play those longer sightlines, maybe even bring that Widowmaker into play.
Yeah, New Queen Street's kind of thinking on it now. On most of these push maps, you've got, if you think of the place where the robot starts as the center of the map, you've got the lanes coming straight out opposite each other from there. Whereas New Queen Street, the lanes kind of go alongside each other, back towards the one end of the map. And it means you've kind of got this huge brawl zone, right, on each side of those lanes with that raised area in the middle, as opposed to these two lanes coming to a head in the middle. So, yeah, very, very interesting map layout. I guess I've never really thought of the push maps and how they relate to each other, but as you say, clearly something about New Queen Street, Sinister Gaming are feeling like that works towards their favors. We are still waiting for our bans here. If you're thinking from the perspective of who will ban first, Sinister will ban first. What would you ban if you were Sinister?
I'd probably be looking at something like a Reaper, like the Bastion, something that's been a bit of a thorn in the side of that Winston. Maybe, something that relieves a bit more pressure, makes it easier for that Winston to dive in, and they don't just, there's a Winston, let's go Bastion situation, or Reaper, or whatever the case may be.
I don't know what our bans are here. We got skipped over. So, okay, they were on stream. Apparently I was not paying attention. That's my bad. Winston and Bastion. The rumor has it, no evidence to support that, but we'll have to wait and see if those heroes do not pop up, as it were. But compositionally here, it is going to be the Zarya once again for flops. Looked pretty good on that hero on Numbani and throughout the series against Raiders. And we've got Kama on that Widow. You called it, and it has come to fruition. Talents, though, they're going behind that Reinhardt there. Lucio is back in play here, so it could be interesting to see if they can make this brawl style work.
Yeah, and we're going to need to see can Kama and Loki kind of get the damage in behind before this Rhino composition starts to run over the Zarya, because it is going to be very difficult to sustain. Oh, the Widowmaker getting run down early.
Wow, by a Reinhardt of all things! Ooh, that was a close one. The fire strike not quite on the money there, but that could have been a very short team fight for the Widowmaker. They are backing up onto the point now, recognizing that it has opened up, and they are going to try and get some momentum building here on the side of GNZ Talents. Under pressure, Maverick though needs to be careful, pushed back, but the team is there to keep him alive. Even Lucio jumping forward to try and boop that Zarya back. But Maverick will get healed up. Still something elsewhere though. Decaf takes down Loki, Kama takes down Nova Chrono, but Decaf pops one. Leilu finds Kama as well. Went around the corner to track them down. He said, I'm going to make that Widowmaker my problem. And he does so and ends up taking them out. So, Talons 2-1 up in the series and now leading quite comfortably on New Queen Street.
And a very good fight there. You know, they always they kept pushing that Zarya back, making it very difficult for that Tracer and that Widowmaker to find the value. And you see kind of the downfall of playing a Zarya with something like a Widowmaker Tracer. The Reinhardt gets low, but he can't die because there's just not enough damage pressure. But
Yeah,
we do see
Sorry, doesn't quite have the mobility to get through. Loki drops early here as well, so a bad start for Sinister Gaming, and they try and find an opportunity to equalize things here with this Ramatra. I like the Ramatra pick here to try and counter out the Reinhardt, and they do just that. Loki comes back into the team fight and finds that kill. The shots missed there onto Nova Chrono, and they find that kill onto the... Yes, they do. Kama gets the headshot down from the Ashe onto the Reaper, and now they're going to push forward. A good Mei wall keeps the Mei healthy for just a few moments longer, but there's no stopping the angry fists of the angry robot. And finally, some momentum taken here by Sinister Gaming.
Yeah, and it's an important time too, because you start to lose that fight, it gets a bit worrying. You know, maybe you react the same way last time where they just kind of got run over, but they get this position and they have the better composition that they need to deal with the enemy comp.
That's such a good point. They did get dominated, as I said in the previous one, so kind of worry for them getting dominated again, but no, this time they're doing well. Maverick knows to shatter up, he gets one down, but drops in the meantime. Loki popping off 2 kills in this team fight. Annihilation popped a great boop, probably going to end that Annihilation before it can really get started, but Loki finds his third in the team fight. He's cleaning them up here from the skies. The blue lady dominating the enemy squad here as once again Sinister Gaming push forward. Kama even taking out Scarlet Wolf towards the end of that, so a late stagger pick as well. Sinister Gaming on the back foot.
Yeah, Kama and Loki putting in so much damage into that fight. Even though you see the Shatter, the Kitsune Rush come out, it just wasn't enough because of the sheer amount of damage that they put out. That by the time the Shatter's there, Maverick is 1 HP and can't really push into the flops.
Yeah, that is pretty important for them as now. Start with the sound barrier and they get aggressive with the speed bust. Bob, do something, please save us, Bob, as the pressure is put on the enemy team here. Leilu finds Kama, takes him down once again. Clearly, Leilu says, I'm going to take care of Kama in this match, and all flops taken down as well. The healing from Juno not enough to keep them healthy, but as I say that, Teddy hops on top of the main wall and brings her Ramatra back into the fray here. Punch Gaming here on the front line as well. Sergeant Flops trying to clean up her opposite number, their opposite number, but not able to do so. Too many blue players in the mix there, and Flops will go down. So once again, back and forth, swings and roundabouts, but this time, Talent in control and pushing forward.
Yeah, the beat engage there from Leilu. Ooh, Shatter?
Oh, big Shatter around the corner. I think found only one here. Is he even gonna get that kill? No, not even. So the Shatter kind of wasted there. Eventually, they do track down Kama, and even that one kill actually, Terran, can be so critical at this stage.
Yeah, no, especially you want to try to get the ball rolling. Now that you've got that butt scratch, you want to try to make more progress, make it difficult for the enemy team to really come back, because it is very close.
No, it is, but it's close and yet so far. You take 2 team fights to get back to that point. If you are the red team, but red team will find that opening kin once again. It's Loki, but both tanks have gone down now. Kama looking for targets, not able to find them just yet. Too many targets, it almost feels like, but Nova Chrono cleaning up. But Loki once again coming in touch for his team, finds a second kill in this team fight. Kama looking to get the shots onto the main, not able to find there, but Loki's there once again in the sky, securing all the kills his team could ever need. But unfortunately for the red team, Maverick is back. That's going to make it hard for them to try and push through. If you have this duplicate at the ready, she will try and catch it onto the line here. That's the thing, can't use it through the shield, so has to wait for the shield to drop for him to turn away. that duplicate. Be a team fight winning ultimate here. There we go. This is going to be on the Reinhardt. Charge them through. Somebody was pinned. It's Lucio. That's a soundbiter down. A big shadow as well. Unlucky not to catch the May, but will catch 2 in the background. 1 kill. Reaper not long for this world as he tries to shadow his way out of there. May already ice blocked out. That's going to be it. So immediately a critical period of play here for Sinister Gaming as they look to take us to map 5.
Yeah, Loki putting in so much work. You're getting those initial trade picks made it so that they could get back into the fight, and then from there, the duplicate, the initial pin, straight away the shatter, gave so much space, and now they have the lead.
They do indeed. This is critical for them. They look to, as I say, secure a map 5 berth here. Pressure building once again. Aggressive play here from Flops. The Soundberry comes out, but it's not enough to keep Decaf alive. The Death Blossom comes through here. I suspect they will kill this hero. No, but it's a lot of pressure. Dropping low here. The healing is good. The support is great. There's an annihilation in the front line to take down a couple. Nova Chrono does get that kill on camera, but will drop down. The is forthcoming. Sinister Gaming, they're running it back here. They saw what Raiders did to that and said, why are we worried? We can do that as well.
Yeah, and you swap into the Orisa, a bit of a panic swap again, but are they even going to get to touch? Decaf does get on.
Oh, Decaf just gets on there in ice blocking form, and they find the kills they need to. The Soundbarrier goes, or Katuna Rush, sorry, goes out. So does the Blizzard, so that's good for them. Can they secure the kill to Lelu? No, good healing from Scarlet Wolf will keep them healthy. Scarlet Wolf dropping low now. You have to think it's a tough ask for the red team to push through, but they find 1 kill. Can they find any more? Yes, they can, but they're losing players in the lead out. And with Flops going down, that should be that. But doesn't get much closer to the end without the match actually ending.
Yeah, I think for Sinister Gaming, you're happy with that. Obviously, you don't get the complete finish, but you make sure you get it close to the end and force the ultimate trade. So we're back to, even across the board in terms of ultimates. Loki going to be the first one to come up, and maybe you can even deny them preventing your spawn advantage.
Have to wait and see here. No touch going to stop the resetting of the spawns here, as that will happen as it crosses over the middle here. It will move forward though now, as you see, as Flops trying to find an open kill here. There's somebody low in the back here. Not sure who that is, but will be healed up. They Decaf under pressure here. Has the ice block, has the wall, but not able to catch the Ramatra. That could be so critical. Loki, he did stop his ulti here. He's not quite putting out the damage enough to get the ulti there. You see it. One more, there we go. We'll throw the Blizzard out now. We'll get a couple in that with Flops. He's popping off on the front line, or he spots somebody out there, and they will find that kill as well, as the last woman standing is the Orisa. We're not in Numbani, so the defender of Numbani struggling a bit here, Terran.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, in general, Orisa has been seen as a decent play into the Ramatra, but into something like May, Reaper, it's a little bit difficult to really sustain that pressure and help your team out. And once again, a lot of ults coming in for the side of Sinister Gaming.
Yeah, the Annihilation, I think, could end up being a key one here. Valkyrie as well. Flops happy just to set up on point here and throw some punches out to get somebody low and get a kill. Nice work from Teddy, trying to keep the team alive. A good ultimate here. We'll find Teddy. Great work from them, but they'll pay with their life. Death Blossom comes in now, but not looking like it's going to get anything. Annihilation at the ready. Shouldn't choose to use it here, but he's dropping low. He does end up going down, but they do find Decaf as well. No mercy in play, taken down at the start, but there's a Bob in the mix as well. Flipped over. Are they pushing it forward back? Where is it? It's right here on the stairs. Hello, Loki finds the player here. In the end, will not find anything else. We have to think no teammates left really. They have switched now Maverick onto the Ramatra as Teddy has come back and has brought Loki back into this fight. And they'll be happy to take the fight here all day because they've got such a big lead here over Sinister Game, or Talons rather, that they can afford to set up here, lose players over and over as long as they don't lose too much ground. But they've got players back in the mix now. They've got ultimate for Loki almost at the ready. Gets yoinked down here by the slow. He does have the duplicate ready to go. We'll pop it now straight onto the Ramatra, the Blizzard. He's not in there. I'm not in there. What's going on? Unfortunately, he was frozen up before he got out of it, and now they move forward. Flops has the Annihilation at the ready. Not going to use it just yet. The res once again so critical. Jinxie will back to life here, but Maverick will take down that pesky Loki in the sky, but he's dropping low. He pops the Nemesis to try and stay alive, but still they're not getting any momentum here on the side of Talent. Sinister Gaming are just holding firm here, trying to kill after kill, and with the Annihilation, we'll find 2 more. Maverick goes down, Krober goes down. 20 seconds left on the clock. It's not looking good for the blue team.
No, and Sinister Gaming really doing a great job of consistently getting these picks, but the beat comes in. They should be able to stabilize for this point, but it's felt like we've been saying that for the last 3 minutes. Flops going down, I think that's a nice stabilization, but a long way to go. And Sinister Gaming need to get out now.
Yeah, they do. They need to back out. They just need to win one team fight. It doesn't matter how you do it. Doesn't matter what happens, as long as you get the W. You will win the map, and you will take us to a map 5 here. And they're doing just that. Getting back nice and effectively. You need to be careful here, Loki, especially. The point doesn't really matter here. As long as you get your tank back, it's just about winning a team fight. Doesn't matter what's happening with the point. Ooh, that's a big firebomb over the top. But Leilu tracks down Kama once again, but pays with their life. That could be a critical kill here, but the annihilation from the Maverick could be key in winning this team fight for his team and keeping his team in the game. Dropping low, though. It's Ramatra versus Ramatra, but Ramatra wins. Who would have thought? But no, Ramatra loses as well. Everything's going on here. Decaf finds a kill on the opposing tank, and the cart is still moving here. That's one team fight, one out of a possible 3 or 2 that Talons have to win.
Yeah, but coming in, you're looking at Kitsune Rush and Blizzard, both ults that could very easily win one fight alone, but the fight's still kind of going on. Loki gets a duplicate out, and this could be big.
You big indeed, Bob as well, pushing forward now. A good mail wall. Oh, they find Decaf. The Blizzard did come out, but it's not able to win in the team fight just yet. The Kitsune Rush going forward, but that's not going to be good enough. And we have, for what feels like the first time in years, we're going to a Game 5 Terran as Sinister Gaming takes Game 4.
Yeah, and this is something you always love to see. I think obviously for the teams, you want to close out the series a little bit sooner, but getting to that Game 5, something that I think South African Overwatch we've missed for quite some time, but I gotta give massive props to Loki on this map. It always felt that whenever it was needed, he was getting picks. He had that ultimate online, either to stabilize the fight or keep them pushing forward and make sure they win. You know, I mean, even at the end there, the Maid dupe gets the wall up, makes sure that they can't really get too much value. You're getting those picks, and then gets the Blizzard out, and that seals the deal.
Yeah, man. Wow, this is a weird feeling, Terran. It feels like we've seen so many 3-0s in the last couple of days, and I've already got to cast a 3-1 today, and now I'm getting a 3-2 at the very least. But as things stand at the moment here, and we've seen 4 maps, we've seen domination from one team on one map, we've seen close maps on some of the other maps. If you had to pick a team here, which team to you feels like the one that's going to be able to take this map 5 in this high pressure situation with the tournament life on the line?
I think looking at the map types that we have left, as well as kind of the way the game has been trending in terms of map picks, you've got to give it to Talents. You know, they can pick their map. You know, sure, there's not a lot to choose from when you look at something like Flashpoint or Clash. You have 4 maps in total, but at least from what we've seen so far, map picks have been a very crucial part of the team's success.
Yeah, it absolutely has. So why don't we take a quick look at our map pool and try and get a sense of where we might like to go here. Now, it is Talon's pick here as the loser of the previous map, and they've got a choice of Clash maps here. This should be exciting. Oh no, sorry, Flashpoint maps. This should be very, very interesting. It's either between New Junk City and Servasa. How do you feel about Flashpoint A in general, and B, if you're Talons, which map are you feeling like suits your style better?
I think Flashpoint, for the most part, there's...
Oh, sorry, they can pick Flash or Clash, so...
Yeah, I think...
Which one would you prefer?
It's a bit of a tough one, because I think both are very fast-paced, and both kind of lean into the... If you don't take good fights, you're going to struggle, because, you know, Flashpoint, you lose 1 or 2 fights, that's 1 Flashpoint gone. Same thing with Clash, you know, you lose 1 or 2 fights, that's not only just 1 point gone, that's potentially 2, because you kind of get that steam ball rolling. So I think either way, you're looking at something of maybe we go towards Flashpoint because it's been in the game a little bit longer. Teams may have been able to get used to it, even though there are newer teams. As you said, especially there's a couple players here who have been around at least for long enough to know that, okay, this is how we play Flashpoint. These are the type of compositions we want to play. Overall, you're probably looking at more brawly type compositions on both map types. Maybe Servasa, you can make an argument where you can play a bit more pokey on some of the points, but for the most part, you're looking at that all-out brawl on the point.
It does feel like Flashpoint is a map type where swift movement and decisive players is very important, right? And that, to me, definitely the brawl feels like tailor-made for this map type, right? So we'll have to wait and see if it is going to be Brawl. Which team do you think that favors, that more brawly style? Because I feel like Sinister Gaming has looked great on the dive, right? When they can rely on flops on the Winston, and they can rely on Loki to contribute with whatever he's on, be it the Genji or the Tracer. What are you thinking in terms of what works best for each team and what will be strong on this map?
So I think probably if you are looking at it for talent side, New Junk City is screaming out to me because you've shown that ability to deal with their dive, as well as an ability to play the broad composition. Obviously, in the last map, they did kind of lose out, but that's more down to something you're looking at, like that Echo Mercy really putting a lot of pressure on, which on a map like New Junk City, save for two of the outer points, isn't really that Echo favored. You've got a lot of indoors, and even on the outside points, there is quite a bit of cover that you can play around. So maybe that's something that you want to favor. Whereas Clash, I think, allows for that Echo to kind of get a lot of value. Same with Suravasa. The points are kind of surrounded by a lot of angles, which Echo can really take advantage of.
Yeah, and we've seen how monstrous Loki can be on that Echo here. So we are waiting for the teams to give us our info here. They are just taking a short break here. It's been a heavy evening. Of course, this isn't even their first match. This is the second match for both of these teams, I believe. So they've been playing a lot of Overwatch. There are a lot of high intensity, high pressure Overwatch, and it's not done yet. We've got the highest of high pressure games. Game 5 here in a best of 5 or a first of 3. It's going to be tough here. But both of these teams, just as a reminder, guys, playing for a spot at the LAN finals at ATK Arena in Cape Town in October. That's kind of where we're headed throughout all of this. These are the teams that have qualified for the LAN so far. Pink Salamanders, Inglorious Blasters, Five Nights at LAN, Rage Quit Anomaly, Pangolins, EEA Pangolins, and VA Crimson, I think they are. A lot of familiar faces on those top 4 teams, especially Terran, I think you'll agree. And then those bottom 2 teams will be joined by another 2 teams as the teams that are kind of fighting up against the sort of, top echelon of South African Overwatch. Yeah,
and I think it's very exciting going into LAN, especially since a lot of the teams who have qualified didn't really get that opportunity, to face each other, especially looking at the Salamanders, Inglorious Blasters. Obviously, Five Nights Anomaly, that was a lot closer of a match for both teams to play, but Salamanders and Blasters didn't really get that much of a challenge. Your Blasters, outside of that one blip in the radar against Ducklings, I think a lot of them are rearing to go, and it's in a LAN format. You're in person, you see your opponents, and it just brings a whole nother dynamic to it.
Yeah, absolutely, for better and for worse sometimes, but the competitive intensity isn't quite as high as in some other games where you almost feel like things are about to break out into fisticuffs on LAN. But in Overwatch scene, everyone, the guys on these top 4 teams especially have been around the block for ages now. They will have been on teams with many of the other players on these other teams as well, so they'll know how each other tick, and it's going to be a lot of fun on LAN, face to face, as you say. But these teams haven't faced each other in ages. I mean, the last time they faced each other was at Rhino Cup.
We've been Sunburst Cup, which was
Sunburst Cup,
February, March.
So they haven't really faced each other since then in anger. So it's going to be so exciting to see these teams play each other in that environment, and it's going to be exciting to see which 2 teams join them. But these 2 teams that we're watching today, they're going to have a long journey ahead of them to get there, because they're going to have to make a long lower bracket run to try and get to that point. We do finally have some information, and Terran Lord Nostradamus, you called it, New Junk City is where we're headed for map number 5.
Yeah, I think no surprises there. As I said, just a map that leans into a lot of what talents want to do. But the bans that we are seeing is kind of interesting. I think probably ones that you'd expect.
Mm-hmm. It is going to be talents banning first and banning the Reaper, and then Sinister Gaming responding with the Reinhardt ban. You called it interesting, Terran. Why do you think that is?
I think on both sides, obviously, Talons has been taking a lot of advantage over using that Reinhardt. So rather take that out, put him onto the Marcher, which, in all fairness, he still looks comfortable on, but maybe not necessarily as much of a comfort as that Reinhardt, because he tends to bring that out a lot. It also enables that Zarya composition a little bit more. There isn't that Reinhardt there with his big shield swinging on you, and then on the flip side, you've got the Reaper, which it enables kind of that Winston dive as well.
That is very true. I think both teams are pushed slightly out of their comfort zone, but that's kind of the nature of your band. Your comfort zone has to be a lot bigger than it was in the past. You can't just have one or two heroes, because if one of those heroes is banned, you need to be a little bit more adaptable here. But it is going to be New Junk City here. First point will be in the pit, in the arena, in the center of the map. And it's going to be an all-out brawl to stay in the last chance qualifier. Game number 5, SG taking on GNZA Talons. Who's going to take it all? Let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to win? Who is your vote on? Remind us again before we get into the compositions.
I'd say Talons.
All right, Terran is putting his money, his figurative money, on Talons. And does the composition fill you with joy for Talons against Sinister Gaming?
I think it's kind of 50-50. Obviously, I think we've seen a lot of value out of that May pick, but there is the Echo on Loki. Can he get that value on the map where it's not as favored as something like the Queen Street?
We'll have to see. There's quite a enclosed space here, this arena, on the first point. So Loki have to find an angle here. The Maverick on the Zarya immediately gets 45 charge, make that 65-83 now. So a lot of good charge for this Zarya as he looks to put the pressure onto SG Flops here. Not able to find any kills just yet, but look at that Karma dropping low in the background here. But DK Flops is the first one. The tanks going ham here in the opposing back lines here. Karma's like, please, somebody save me, but Maverick taken down 2. And now he comes up against the enemy tank, but he's got the teammates, he's got the numbers, and now he's got the kill onto Flops as well. Bonks his head there. Concussion check for Jinxie as they're taken down. Also, with most damage coming from Maverick, and he's not done yet. He's picking up so many kills here. This is the best feeling in the world, being a charged up Zar here with no contention.
Yeah, no, perfect way to start that fight. Maverick getting a lot of charge and not really punished in terms of his HP, able to walk forward and just kind of bind every individual in that backline until the point where Flops was his target and he took him out.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, the May wall. Oh, Blink and you'll miss it. Kind of flitted in and out of reality there, but he ends up on the wrong side of the May wall. Does Flops from his perspective, and he does end up getting taken down. Cryo forced out from Decap here, but you can't really do more in this team fight because the blue team, great tracking from the Maverick here, cleaning up Jinxie. And the Moira will go and track down Teddy as well. So this is great stuff from Talons. They dropped map number 3, and they've come back with a vengeance since then.
And I think, like, it is a bit of a dangerous walking into the room. One, it is kind of qualified as a bit of a death chamber to walk into, but on top of that, you've got that May wall. There isn't much, like, in terms of spots you can walk through where the May wall isn't strong, but it is very dangerous.
Loki has pulled up towards an ultimate here. Do they get the touch? No, they don't. That's point cap. First point goes the way of Talent, so they'll be happy to lose this fight if they had to. Instead, Maverick says, I feel like I can still get some kills here. I don't think you want to throw any ults into this, though. Maverick says, I don't need ults. I've got a big laser beam on the front here. He's taking them out one by one. Flops. Drops as well. The Maverick putting the team on his back here and cleaning up the Sinister Gaming squad as now they group up on the side of Talons and start to make their way towards the second point.
Yeah, and an awesome start. You're getting that first point settles those nerves a little bit, especially one where you come out on top 100-0. You now come into the next fight with 4 ultimates online, potentially 5 in this fight. There is going to be 5 on the opposite side, so it could just be an ult fiesta.
It could be a very explosive display here from both teams. Kama with the Deadeye at the ready here, but 4 of the ultimates as well. But Talons are the ones who are last to the party here. Sinister Gaming will get that first cap. Immediately they force out the ice block here from the wall-on-wall action there. That's not something you see very often here. And it's Loki pretending to be the May here, but not able to build up towards that ultimate. So that's a great thing. Talons will be happy with that, and now they can move forward, and there we go. There goes the ulti. Can they find the kills? 1 kill, but no, the return fire is there on the Deadeye, so just 1 kill coming out of that, but eventually the damage is too much too hot to handle here for Sinister Gaming, and Talons will get control once again. Wall not able to cut off Teddy there. He'll skedaddle on out, but pop the Valkyrie in that. That's going to be rough for Sinister Gaming, but they do at least have 50% on the point.
Yeah, and a big 50% because now you come into the next fight. If you can win it, that's almost your point guaranteed. Again, going to be very difficult coming in. A composition like that Zarya May is very difficult to push into, but with a Ramashot, with the Coalescence, potentially something they can breach.
Got the Sombra now as well. Kama thinks he wants to sow some chaos, some discord in the enemy backline here on the Sombra, and gonna look to do just that here. He's got a good eye. He'll be relaying back to his team what he's seeing here, trying to get the hack or detected up. Gonna have to back out there. That's a bit of a problem because Flops is in, and Flops is angry, punching on the front line here. He's got Annihilation. He will pop it now, backed up by the Coalescence. Can they find the kill? So many players critical here, and eventually the kills forthcoming here. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, 4. Flops cleaning things up here for his team. Can they find that last kill? Do they need to? They'll flip the point back in their favor at 50%. It'll have to be a desperate fight for Talons on the recon test.
Yeah, and a great push there from Flops, putting so much pressure in before even getting the Annihilation out. And once he did, was able to pick up those picks and now puts Talons into a position where, do you want to commit into this fight? Do you want to say maybe, okay, do we win this? If so, great. If not, we go into next having ultimates.
We'll have to wait and see what they decide here. As you say, Nemesis form, angry, Ramatra in the front line here, not going to find any kills just yet. In fact, he's taking a ton of damage, has to block on up, and will force back. The May Wall not quite cutting him off there. That's good for them. Novacrona trying to find targets, but again, point drops. That is a C9 of note if I've ever seen one. It's deceptive at how quickly these points tick away, and both teams now have been on the wrong end of that. So it's going to be 1-1 here, or even once again on New Junk City.
Yeah, and that just came maybe that little bit of inexperience of knowing the timers, because a lot of teams used to that control point. It takes a little bit slower.
Yeah.
But Flashpoint, it can be gone in an instant. That's why you have to make the decision so quickly of, do we want to fight this quickly, or do we want to maybe chill out, see if we can get some ultimates out, maybe build some ult, and then go for next. But they were a bit indecisive what they want to go, and even though getting those picks, it's still going to be Sinister Gaming on the point first.
We'll have to wait and see here because they're getting pressured super hard here. Once again, the Maverick showing his Zarya prowess here, finding or helping find a couple of kills here in the transfer. But as you say, Sinister Gaming getting control of that point. It ticks so quick. Blink and you'll miss it. Already up to 20% here as SG Gaming are nowhere to be found. Decaf, the lone man on the point. I like that decision from the Ramatra Flops. Not committing super hard to try and hold on to that. In fact, he's going to Nemesis up and run away, but the Maywall will keep him in there, and Maverick says, thanks, I'm going to gobble you up, and he does just that. Loki, though, will find Novacrona on the back line, so it's all even up here, but one team's missing a tank, while the other's missing a DPS. I'd much rather be in Talon's shoes here.
Yeah, and it just became a bit of a death match for a little bit there,
Yeah.
Players finding each other on different sides. Flops really wanting to get control of that point back, but his team just wasn't there in time to aid him, get those heals in, and that wall was perfect from Decaf. You're kind of baiting me in and then punishing.
Oh, great bubble there from the Maverick. He's been so good on this Zarya in this map. Shocked we hadn't seen it earlier. He's been a dominant force, being dominant more once again. The MP came out over the top of the blue team, but it might not be enough in the face of the Graviton Surge here and the face of Maverick, but Flops. He's popping off here. 1 kill, 2 kills. Will he found any more? Probably will. Just checking out what's happening behind him. Nothing to see there. Cool. Back to killing Novacrona, and they'll do just that. So a big team fight, big ultimates coming up from both teams, but once the dust settles, it's Sinister Gaming in control.
Yeah, no, a massive EMP there. Even though you only really see like one pick come out from straight away, it puts so much pressure onto the rest of the team. I mean, even the Maverick you saw the entire time was very low HP, had to kind of bubble himself consistently, and from there, Sinister Gaming were able to pick up the fight win.
We'll have to see if they can do it again here. 66 up on the point. A huge ultimate. We'll find at least one. No! A critical Maywall keeps the team healthy. Kama eventually finishes off Novacrona, but Maverick does the same to Loki on the other side. So an even fight for the time being, but a lot of damage going on to the red team here. They need to be careful. There's so much pressure, but it's the red man himself, Mr. Flops, who's popping off here. Annihilation coming to bear here for Sinister Gaming. And that is what Talons are feeling at the moment. And it's going to be 2 points towards Sinister Gaming once again. Game 5 here. Just remember, guys, the loser of this going out of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing on this map both tanks really coming up clutch in a lot of these situations. Flops and Maverick both identifying when there's those cracks that they can punish, get those picks and make it so that their teams get the fight win. But Decaf almost clutching that fight, getting the war crucially on the high noon.
Yeah, that was so nice. But as you say, it's not enough in the tank after that. I think he managed to get one through that. Ooh, that's not where they're going. We can see that. He can't spot them out. Eventually, he does cut off a couple, but the cleanup's not really there. I don't know that Zarya has much charge at this point in time. They are moving back. Good use of the speed boost from the Juno, but there's a red man in the background. I'm not sure who that is. It must be a Sombra, and they are going to find 2 kills on the enemy backline. Make that 3 now as decap dropped. The first cap was good for Talons, but unfortunately SG Gaming coming in with a plum here, and they're going to clean up and get the recap quick sticks.
Yeah, and I think Karma and the Sombra has actually been a really good swap, kind of causing chaos in that backline, always making sure that as soon as the push comes in from Flops, he's there distracting the backline, puts a low pressure Maverick where maybe he can't push that advantage because he doesn't have the healing necessary.
We have to wait and see here. Talons are running out of time here. A win here for Sinister Gaming would win them the series, and you might think that it's only one fight. Yes, 50%. See how quick this point ticks away here. Aggressive play from the Zarya, the Maverick. We need to clean up SG Flops, but he's not finding him just yet. That is 70% damage mitigation. That's a lot of damage coming through onto the Maverick. He won't go down. The bubbles are good. Jinxie's under pressure, not going down either, but eventually Nova Chrono finds that kill. Death Blossom, or May ulti rather, goes out. That's a big ulti from Loki. He finds 2, both DPS out of the game. He finds 4. Loki popping off in a big way here for Sinister Gaming, and that should be it. 3-1 on New Junk City, 3-2 overall. Sinister Gaming coming in clutch at the final moment, and they will secure themselves the match win.
Yeah, I think 2 big moments right there. First was the Life Fever grip onto Flops, bringing him out of that Mayout meant he wasn't just an easy target, and Loki finding that massive high noon. It wasn't that pesky wall this time to block him, and he shows just exactly what he can do.
Oh man, such good play here from both teams, taking us to a game 5, and a game 5 that delivered. It has to be said, 3-1 on New Junk City, on Flashpoint. Both teams in with a chance to win, but it comes down to just 1 or 2 moments, doesn't it, Taryn? That's the difference between these 2 teams. I think on a different day, either team could have won this out.
Yeah, and I think every single map, maybe with the exception of Dorado, could have gone either way for each team. And that's always something that you want to see, especially for these up-and-coming teams. When you came into term, especially for Talons, for example, they came into the previous tournament, Qualifier 1, with their backs against the wall quite often, coming up against teams like Five Nights, who do bully you a little bit. But then, you're coming into this tournament, you get vanquished first round, it's difficult. But now coming in, yes, they fall, but they put up such a good fight, and there's so much material from this that you can look at and say, okay, where can we improve? It's not us just getting beat down every fight. It's what can we do better in these fights that would allow us to win. Yeah,
for sure. Getting dominated by Five Nights, or Rage Quit Anomaly, as it were. It's often not so much you can take out of maps like that, but these are the kind of maps where just the difference between the 2 teams are inches and centimeters, and that's the maps you learn the most from. And so plenty of learning to be done for both teams, it has to be said. But that is going to be our last match of the day for this last chance qualifier. But before we sign off, we do, of course, have to get our MVP out here. Lord of Terrans now. This is the best of 5 going all the way. Got a lot of choices to pick from here. But who's your MVP of this match?
I think probably the 2 that really stick out to me is Flops and Karma on the outset. I think Karma really had a lot of maps and fights where he kind of took over a lot of the time. We saw that Widowmaker, 3 or 4 picks in the opening fight. But it must be said, I think Flops did so much work. You look at the Winston, the Ramatra, even the Zarya at times, made it so that his DPS had the space to really function in that space. And I think overall, throughout all 5 maps, was the best player on Sinister Gaming. And you always talk about the tank is the spearhead, and he most certainly was in the series.
Got to give love for Loki as well, though.
Yes. for sure. I think Loki had a bit of wobbles in the first couple of maps, but really started to shine for map 4, map 5, which I think is where you'd say that Karma and Flops were a bit, better in the sense that they were stronger throughout the series.
Okay, just more consistent, I guess.
Yeah.
I can't disagree. I think the tank, it's a thankless role. I like to compare it to the goalkeeper in football. If you're not doing your job, you're getting all the hate, and if you are doing your job, you sometimes don't get enough love. So credit where it's due to Mr. SG Flops here. He was in a tough matchup against the Maverick. We saw how strong he was on the Zarya, especially on that final map and on the Rhine before that. But at the end of it all, Flops and his team, Sinister Gaming, come out on top, and they punch their ticket into the next round here on the lower bracket. We do have our bracket updated, so we can take a look at that. And we do see here right down there at the bottom, it is SG taking that 3-2 win over GNZA Talent, and that puts them in a rematch tomorrow against Raiders. But I feel like this is an SG team that's got a little... These are teams on two different trajectories, that you feel like, Sharon.
Yeah, I think a lot of confidence for SG, clutching out the series, knowing we can clutch out in these situations, because they were down 2-1 in the series, and winning map 4, map 5, it's never easy to do. But now, and you're coming in, you want that revenge. This is that lower bracket run that teams always dream of. You've got the time for that revenge. Get yourself into that situation where you can win it and then have a chance at a qualifier. Obviously, it's a tough hurdle to first get through Raiders, and then come up against either Ethereal Ducklings or Panda City Vanquish. It's a tough ask, but each step at a time.
Unfortunately, though, that does mean we have to say goodbye to GNZA Talents here, but what a fight they put up here. It doesn't get closer than that, right? 3-1 on the map 5, but unfortunately they fall short to a very, very good looking Sinister Gaming squad. So goodbye to the GNZA squad, but we hope to see more of them in the future. That is going to be it for us here, but not for this weekend. Of course, as you can see, the bracket still full of empty spaces towards the pointy end of that. Top 2 at the end of this will qualify for the LAN in October. And that means, of course, we've got matches tomorrow. 3 of them. In fact, it is going to be... which matches first? I don't know. Either the upper bracket final or the other match. It will be upper bracket first tomorrow, and that will be at 12:30. But obviously, guys, if you want to keep up to date with everything that's happening, whether it's tomorrow's matches or any tournaments happening in the future, you guys know by now where to do that. At ZA Overwatch on Twitter, here on the ZA Overwatch Twitch channel. If you want to catch up with any of the matches, if you missed any, head over to the at Competitive Overwatch ZA YouTube channel, whatever it is, who knows, just search Competitive Overwatch ZA, you'll find it on YouTube, and you can catch the VODs for all of the matches that are broadcasted on this channel. And then, of course, if you want to get involved in any Overwatch in South Africa, you've got to head over to the Cowser Discord channel. Nightbot will be putting those links in chat, I am sure, and you can get involved. If you like what you see here, even if you're not in a competitive team, plenty of pug-style tournaments where you can sign up solo or with a friend and play in tournaments alongside other made teams. So that can be a lot of fun. Before we go, Taryn, any final words from you?
I think just exciting for tomorrow. Obviously we've got 2 spots on the line. The first match is going to be the upper bracket final, deciding who's going to be the 7th seed going into LAN, and a lot is on the line. The game where between both Ducklings and Vanquish is something that I think everyone has been hyped up for, since they didn't punch their ticket in that first qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 2 of the front runners, you'd have to say, for those final 2 spots, and they'll be duking it out tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see. But 12:30, guys, tomorrow. Bright and early for us gamers, I know, but you guys will have to be up and at 'em for that game. And then we've got 2 more, one again at 3, and then finally our final game for our final spot at 5:30 tomorrow afternoon. So don't be afraid to join us tomorrow at any point throughout the day, and we hope to see you there, and have a good evening.
Hmm.